Hello. Let me check. Is that working? I think it is. Let me just mute that Discord chat for a moment. Hello and welcome to TeaPK. This is the D&D campaign, Shadows of Thistledale. Today is the 5th episode. And you know what? Let's switch on over very quickly now to the cameras with everyone, aside from a couple. Hal is not here today, aka Luke. Taylor is. He is just unable to be on camera right now because he is fully nude. No. Don't know, just not able to go on camera for now. He may come on later, but let's get into things and introduce ourselves. My name is Tom Pickering. I am the GM, the Game Master, or Dungeon Master if you want to go via the one of the alternative ways of saying it. And I have 5 other wonderful people joining me today, or 4, as obviously Luke isn't here. James, how about you start? Tell us who you are and who you are playing.
Hi, I'm James, also known as Minimoz. I'm playing Malachi.
Boom, love it. Let's move on to Mr. Figgle.
Hey guys, I'm Oscar, and I'm playing Figglebottom, who is the loud, squeaky gnome ranger.
Squeaky fucking indeed. And then let's move on to Mr. Fiddle, his brother.
I'm Taylor, playing Fiddle, Figgle's brother. Druid, animal lover, not quite as loud as Figgle.
Yeah, it seems like the voice didn't quite connect on. Oscar was missing a few things potentially, or maybe more purebred gnome, as it were. Onwards and upwards, technically, because Theo is slightly taller. Who are you, Slim?
I'm James, Slim, playing Theo Hogsvale. He's the local pig farmer who just also happens to be a very powerful sorcerer.
Awesome. All right, let me just double check that, turn that down. And then last but not least, we've got Hal, who is obviously AWOL. He's not feeling very well today, so make sure to send him some love in the Discord and in the chat. Need to turn Mr. Oscar up, apparently. Always the problem, aren't you, mate?
I've not started speaking in my Figglebottom voice yet.
That's
Oh,
true.
true.
I will leave it at 40, 140% that is. And we'll come back. But if you keep an eye on it, guys, let me know. We do have new channel points, which I think came into effect last session. They're T points. You can collect them, and you can cause magical surges. You could bring in random items, you could suggest random items, you could get an unlock lore, you could eventually name a landmark or like a tavern or something yourself, or with the help of me rather, or help me rather with it. And there'll be a few other bits going forward. If you have any suggestions, let me know, including for the stream in general. As usual, we'll be taking a 20-minute break halfway through. So in all episodes will be just over 4 hours long, so about 4 hours and 20 minutes, so 420, blaze it, you know. And available in VOD form after the stream. Episode 1, Episode 2 are now off Twitch. I've uploaded them to YouTube, and I will be sorting that out hopefully tomorrow when I remember. And eventually they'll be on Spotify once I bother with that. For now, we're just chilling. Was there anything else on there? I think I forgot to mention this at the very start of the campaign, so I'm going to bring it up now. I know that I just brought it back up in our Discord channel, so players, if you have any questions, let me know. But we're actually using a different way of doing attunement in this game. So characters are able to attune to half their level, rounded down in magic items. So at level 1, no magic items they can attune to. So like commoners and stuff can't attune to items for the most part, unless they actually do have a level in something. At level 2, 1 item, and then at current level, they can attune to 1 item because they're level 3. So at level 10, they'll be able to go to 5 items. At level 20, it would be 10. And this is to do with about like a slightly different power curve in this game, and also a different way of potentially doing attunements. So some items may be like, hey, you require like a legendary artifact might take 4 attunement slots, for example, or 2 attunement slots. Really depends. It allows some flexibility on that front. There's also item sets within here as well, within the world. Where if you collect them all together, you might unlock some powerful altar sort of, enchantment. Anyway, move on from that. First off, before I do the recap, let's see who gets the GM's point of inspiration today. If I could have everyone roll a d20, and the highest number gets the inspiration point. Keep in mind, you have to use it today's episode, or it's gone. And this is different to the inspiration that the chat can give them, because chat, you can give them a point of bardic inspiration, a 1d6 inspiration dice, that is, and they have to use that by the end of the session, or it's gone, and they actually no, yeah, by the end of the session, or I think either way, and it just works the same as bardic inspiration, but the GM's point of inspiration is just a reroll. Simply, it's essentially like a point of luck. And also, I get one as a point of GM automatically every session. I can use it to help or hinder people. Last session, I used it to try and force another Wild Surge, or Chaos Surge, for Mr. Theo. But let's see. So who has won this? Natural 20. Jesus fucking Christ, Malachi.
Going off strong.
I'm not going to roll for Hal. He's not here. So as a player, he doesn't actually get a point of inspiration. But I'll keep him in mind for my own. So that is going to be Malachi winning that one fairly easily. You know, Taylor was up there. So was actually Oscar as well. Not bad. You're all pretty good. I mean, Oscar wasn't. So I meant Theo. Oscar was wildly bad.
Close, but no Siggy.
Cool. Add that to your sheet. And let's just make sure no one else has any on their sheet currently. Hal's isn't there. That guy has one. Fiddle, no. Theo, no. And cool. All right.
I'm going to use this the very first time I fail the dice roll, because it never gets used otherwise.
That is a thing. If you are just joining us, thank you very much for joining. You coming in. You're still not that late in the campaign to come in and join in. I may eventually do another recap video in the future. But let's see. Oh, I forgot. There's also the flex challenge going on. Essentially, if that gets filled up to the top at 10,000 T points within 30 days, you, the community, will get to vote on a creature, a monster, or the sort of encounter I'll work with you guys on in general through a set of votes in the break when it gets reached. So essentially, that the party will eventually, at some point, encounter, which could be quite fun. Oh, hello, Peach. Hello. Oh, if you have got cats, you obviously have to show them and share them. Otherwise, you get a point of de-inspiration.
Hold my tea.
I can't get my cat.
Whilst
Look
you
at
get
the camera, Sylvie. Yeah.
whilst you get your cats, I'm going to quickly do a Instagram story.
I have a little fake lizard here. That'll have to be my cat for today.
Nice.
Wow.
Alright, make sure to come and join us. We are live on Twitch, streaming some D&D. If you don't join us, you suck. I'm terrible at videos, but there you go. Live on stream, who would have thought it? Has anyone here got any announcements, anything you're working on, anything you want to talk about before we carry on and I do the recap, so I have time to quickly set this video live?
Nothing much, other than this little ragamuffin has been sleeping on my bed all day.
What was that, Slim?
I said we can just filibuster, you know, if you want.
Go on, filibuster.
Here you go. Here's what I've been working on today with my
Oh, nice.
my chapter master for my Ultramarines.
Ooh, show.
Focus.
Nice. Oh, if we're going to Warhammer, hold on, I need to bust out my favourite.
He does have a cape, but I kind of snapped it off, but it kind of worked perfectly, so I could paint the back of him underneath the cape, and then I'll just glue it back on. He's 3D printed as well. He's not official.
I'm
What's on the
going for
shelves?
official here. Blammo. My favourite model so far.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
37 hours it took me to build and paint this
Jesus.
this bastard.
So Abby says, put your hand behind the model to help it focus.
right,
If
yeah.
you put it up close. So James, if you put your hand behind it and then, or both of you, yeah. Oh,
Okay, I'll give it a go.
maybe it's not working. Oh,
Hey,
that's good,
Zergok! Good to see you, buddy.
kind of.
I don't know if it will work with my camera.
Hey, Zerkog.
My,
Hey,
my
buddy.
paint's a bit shoddy, like, but you know,
What's on the
that's what it is.
Nice. What's on the shelves behind you, Oscar? What are you hiding?
Ava figures mostly.
Ava figures.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's an anime.
We have some.
And a bunch of crap.
Oh, like Bleach, yeah? It's like Bleach.
Yeah, everybody knows Bleach, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh yeah, that famous show, Bleach.
Yeah.
I've never watched a single episode of Bleach.
Oh. Apparently behind those. Is it like records? I think he's talking about your curtains.
Then
Oh,
this
it's just
is
like
this is wood. This is like
yeah,
willow.
wood paneling, isn't it?
Yeah. Behind that is my house. So there's nothing to see. It's a corridor.
Right, that post is up on Instagram. For whatever reason, I can't send it to people. So if people are able to go and share it or post anywhere, that'd be good. This is just a passion project, but I do put a decent amount of work into this, and hopefully that comes across. It's super difficult doing production and GMing at the same time. I don't know how many people have tried that, but it is quite hard. But either way, I think that should do. I'll try to send this to a couple of people as we go into things, but for now, let's change up some music. We'll change this music a little bit of an upbeat one. Let's get into things. Alright, so the group recently set off from Thistledale in search of answers with answers and help with the shadow creatures that sort of are around the village, specifically around the dome that popped up around the village of Thistledale, thanks to a wish that the party bestowed across upon the land. Heading towards Willow's Edge first, the party are traveling along country pathways, facing off against bandits and also the three bears. Not those ones, different ones, which appeared out of the woods whilst they were camping, knocking Hal out in a single turn. It was a bite and then a smack, and the smack did a crap ton of damage, the exact amount of HP he had, and it was including a critical. It was brutal. Fortunately for him, the rest of the party heard and came to his aid. So the three bears took out, did a lot of damage. Knocked Hal out another time after he did a heroic save. But fantastic plays all around from all the players. And the campaign's first Chaos Surge from Theo happened, which caused a large pair of claws to tear open a hole in the fabric of the plains that only Theo noticed whilst laying on his back up towards the sky. A giant red eye peered through and then cast a spell through the hole, hitting Fiddle and causing a pair of giant red scaly wings to form out of his back, allowing him to fly temporarily, and for his voice to go slightly deeper. Scaring Otto, the resident direwolf in training, or direwolf pup in training, setting it back quite a bit. The next day, the party saw to carving out the bears and tracking them to the edge of the wooded area. Figgle managed to conclude, or at least his training and experience pointed him towards the end one anyway, that the bears could have come from a bunch of different distance of patches of woodlands. It could definitely go for the hunt, could definitely try and track them down. There might be some treasure at the end of that rainbow, as it were, but it'd likely take a decent amount of time to traverse the land and track the bears through from his vast sort of range and experience whilst being in Thistledale, and decided to make their way back. Meanwhile, Hal carved up one of the bears badly with the aid of Theo, and got a patch of untreated fur/hide. It's like 1.5 foot wide, ish. It's not perfect for his own use. Figgle came back and decided to fairly professionally, as much as possible without real tools, to taking pretty much the whole of the suit of the bear. I say suit because so perfectly carved it off the bear, and unfortunately it was one of the moonbeamed bears, so keep that in mind. So some of the fur is sort of like singed, and he used
the leather making.
Yeah,
done half the job for me already.
Yeah, there you go. And like, to be honest, the whole description of it all, and the use of each one of the party members, the descriptions, I don't think I handled it as well as I could have. We could have done a little bit better. In regards to time, it took in total for the whole party to go through the process and the tracking and blah blah blah, about 4 hours long, just to summarize it. And I will say, for the great talking and role playing you did there, Mr. Figgle, you get a point of inspiration in this session for that,
Wow.
because I do really appreciate it. I went back and listened to it, and I think you did a fantastic job for it. It still weighs 114 pounds.
Yes, we'll get to that.
Because it is big on that front, but I'm sure you guys are going to have to come and sort that out. At the end of last session, we ended with the group resting. That was me rushing ahead, trying to get the episode finished. We're going to jump back a moment, because the party still technically have half a day's worth of travel they could take if they wish, which, if they do, it will keep it at 4 days total time of days travel they need to make in total. If they don't and they just rest up, it will be around 4.5 days total travel time, and they'll get to Willow's Edge about midday, or just over midday, on the 4th day, or no, 5th day. Yes, 5th day. So we'll jump back into it where you've finished carving this up. You have a potential bunch of rope in front of you. You guys are chilling. What are you doing? Are you gonna keep the camp set up, or are you gonna break it down and look to travel? What is gonna go on here? And I will say, just for this, I will be role playing as Hal, and also doing combat for him in the future. In a few months' time, we'll have you guys handle players' combat for them when we get into it. But just for now, I want to make sure we try and keep things smooth. When it comes to role playing, I'll do that for the players. Anyway, let's move on. What are you guys doing?
So what time in the day is it now?
Midday.
Midday.
This is right after the bear's been skinned, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think we should travel at least a bit today. Might as well make some progress.
Is there a way we can see the general direction of the bear approach and see if it coincides with our way of travel? It might be best to be forewarned if any more are in the area.
I don't think it did. I think we had to go off the path to follow the bear's tracks. Right, it's not the direction we were heading.
No. That is
Interesting.
that is a way. So you've kind of headed off the beaten track to a small sort of corpse of like a small wooded area. Say small, it's like medium-sized wooded area, and that's where you sort of set up camp at the edge to have some shelter, access to wood, some cover, and unfortunately some bears. And to follow the bears, you'd be going in like the opposite direction.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Hopefully, no dangers with more bears en route then.
No. Are we all fit to travel?
I think
I'm
so.
fine.
Yeah, I think I'm fine as well. No.
But we need to find a log to carry this bear skin. Well, a log and 2 branches.
A log and 2 branches.
Right. So we'll tie up the bear skin to the log, and then we'll put 2 branches at either end, and 2 of us will carry it.
Oh, like
It's
a
very heavy.
pseudo stretcher type.
Yes.
I
Interesting.
see what you
Okay.
mean. Oh, I'll have a look for some wood. Sure.
Me too.
Yeah.
And then I run off.
Okay.
I guess I will defend the camp then.
It's
Bye.
Hal sort of sticks around, seemingly being a little bit, he's not the loudest of person when it comes to it, but he just mills around, looking to clear up the campsite, leave places better off than you left, than you found them, as it were. And yeah, as it's springtime, there is, I say springtime, it's Bloomtide, which is essentially springtime in this. I'm just difficult. There is a bunch of potentially like new and new foliage and trees and such, so you can definitely find these things. For you, Figgle, what is your passive survival, if you could remind me?
Passive survival is 13, but I am proficient.
You are proficient. Okay. I would say you wouldn't have any issues with this, and you can direct others to be able to find the bits you need.
Okay.
I'm also proficient survival as well.
So it's me and Theo.
Yeah, I would say
looking-
within this specific part, like, it's definitely Figglebottom's natural habitat as a ranger.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
His survival sort of leans more into that side of things. Theo's definitely helps, having that natural instinct and sort of survivability, but that maybe leans more towards animals and sort of food, as it were. But there
Yeah.
are some crossovers as well. So
So if we find a suitable log,
you tell me,
think-
what do you find? I'll leave it up to you here.
do you know? I'll roll a check to see what I find.
Go for it.
That's not bad. So Figgle comes across a from winter fallen tree that's lost its bark at this point, going into spring. And it's about the thickness of, like, I don't know, someone's thigh, right? And it's about 2 meters long.
Okay.
Maybe 3. 2 to 3 meters long. Anyway, I go,
Theo, this is perfect. But
and he tries to pull up. Oh! Strength check.
You don't even need a GM, mate. You just play yourself.
I love it.
keep
You're
trying. Help me.
Okay, yeah, I'll help.
You- your mic still
Do you
doesn't
wanna-
always come across, which is quite funny
Oh, for fuck's sake.
because your
The
voice
game
is
is too much.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not very strong either, though.
All right. Let's roll it.
And then I boot it, and we'll just roll it back to camp because I don't think we've run off far.
okay.
We'll use our hands and, like, roll it or something.
Yeah, you can definitely get back into the campsite. It's looking fairly packed up now. The boars are ready to go. Perry and Terry, your racing boars, looking probably a little bit stressed. Theo, they might have had, like, a good rest up the night before, but, like, it's their first time really experiencing, like, facing bears and shit. And the early on in the morning taking on some bandits. Like, if they would have, like, a stress bar, it's definitely up there. But, you know, they're chilling at the moment. But yes, you get back in. What are you doing with the log and the branches?
Malachi. Malachi.
He's got a mouthful of berries.
Sorry,
Ow.
I was eating a sandwich. Yes.
Help me out here. You're gonna roll the bearskin up, and I'm gonna tie it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Right.
So I will use some
Oh,
rope.
yep.
Well, was used.
The question is, do I need to roll anything?
Yeah, you need to
I
roll the
assume
log.
not, but
No,
okay.
I'd say
yeah,
you don't.
I'll use. I think 10 foot of rope seems fair.
Yeah, 10 foot would do it. You just
Okay.
have to cut it off. So keep that in mind.
Yep.
So it'll be separate from the other rope.
Done. Okay. So I tie up. Well, whilst Malachi's got it rolled, I'll tie up one end with 5 foot, and then I'll go to the other end and tie it up, and then I'll use another 10 foot to tie it to the log,
Okay. Yeah, that works.
and then I'll put the branches, like, horizontally at either end, and I will tie those up. And to be honest, it probably uses all my rope. I'm just gonna say I've got none.
Yeah, that works. I mean, if you keep track of how much you've used on this actual project, you can.
Yes,
Get
there's 30 feet in 10 foot. There's like 3 10-foot uses, basically.
Cool. Yeah, just keep an eye on it, but because obviously for you
Yeah.
specifically,
Yeah,
it'd be
that's an
useful.
important resource. Yeah.
Yeah. He's into BDSM. All right. So.
That's the only reason he's bringing all this leather.
See, like, skip ahead like 10 episodes. We're just gonna see like a tiny little gnomish figure clad in black leather, in just a full gimp suit.
just pure bearskin leather.
Just a little zip for the mouth, or like buttons, I guess.
And and Hero's just going to try and use it as a blanket.
We have a full Pulp Fiction moment. If you haven't seen that film, I'm disappointed in you. Go and do it. But it's also a boomer film, so whatever. All right, cool. So you've got this contraption. You've got the bear, for as it were, wrapped around this log. The branches there. It's definitely not going to be the most comfortable to carry, and it's essentially going to split the weight of the 114 or 116 pound bear.
Between 2 people.
Bear skin across 2 people, yeah. And keep in mind, if the gnomes aren't traveling on the back of the boars, it'll slow down your travel.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with this weight, the travel's going to get slowed down anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah, it will.
So, who's strong? I don't think I can lift this.
Hal speaks
the
up.
boars.
No, my boars are for racing, not pulling.
I think the balls aren't tall enough. We don't want it dragging on the ground.
I mean, I'm not the strongest. My skills lie elsewhere.
Hal?
Well, I'm pretty strong. Hal speaks up. I could definitely take the weight of some of it, but not all of it. And if I do, I should probably be okay if we split the weight across both of us, 2 of us. But couldn't the people on the boards take some of the weight?
Thanks.
I'm not sure how that'd work. Riding a boar and carrying this seems tricky. But maybe me and Theo can put one side on our shoulders at the back.
I mean, yeah, we could try that, but surely it'd just be easier you 2 carrying it, and I nod towards Malachi and Hal. You just
There are
put it
4
on
of us. We have got a branch that can be
can
held
do
by
that.
at least 4 people.
Yeah.
I say we each take the weight. That's gonna ease it on everyone.
Yeah.
Could probably carry it for a lot farther than just 2 individuals.
So what is that?
Assuming the
Sure, that's a
branch
good
is
idea.
last.
Right, so the 2 tall ones at the front and us 2 at the back, and we'll carry it on our shoulders, and that'll be fine like that, won't it?
Say that
Yeah.
again. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
If you could now just reconfirm what you
Envision
guys are
it.
going to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 2 tall
so-
people at the. Go ahead.
I was just gonna do a little doodle. Can I draw? Is there a draw tool?
Well, if you just tell me, because I just need to be able to know who
Alright,
who
yeah.
has taken what weight, and then
So it's gonna be like a capitalized die, right? So if it'll be Hal,
Yeah.
me, and then the 4 riders at the back,
okay.
height should equalize, and then
Yeah.
everybody's taken about 25%.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. If you guys do that, that's perfectly fine. What will happen is you won't have an impact on your speed, potentially, but what you will have an impact on is some of the DC on some of the checks that are going to happen with the survivability checks and such. But shouldn't be too much of an issue. So
Yeah.
I think that works. And are you guys going to set off for your half day's travel?
Aye.
Nothing
I'm
else I
good.
want to do.
I'm good to shoot.
Okay, let me. Travel rolls. So for this, we need a trail hand. So they handle like applicable skills, nature, or survival. We also need a scout. So applicable skills, insight, investigation, nature, perception, survival, or anything else that you could be creative with. Quartermaster, sort of keep an eye on everything that you've got. Sort of example skills, medicine, survival. Essentially, there'll be 3 checks on this. Then we'll also have a roll to see if a random encounter happens whilst you guys are traveling. And then each one of the checks will have an effect on the day's travel. So if you guys could confirm who is doing what, trailhand, scout, or quartermaster, we'll get some rolls in, and then we'll see how you guys do.
What was I doing before?
Can you post those somewhere, Tom?
Yeah.
What each?
They
each
were in the foundry.
roll.
So
chat,
they
weren't
Are they?
in Foundry.
Travel rolls in
Travel
our
rolls.
journals.
Yeah, in journals.
I think Hal was the best for Quartermaster.
Let me check.
Hero.
Medicine,
Pretty
he
sure
has a
I-
+3 on. He has 13, and he is proficient in it. Survival,
Yeah.
he is shit at. No, he's not shit. That's just above average.
I think we should go.
I've got
Quartermaster for Hal.
plus. I've got. I can scout. I'm
I'll be
decent
the
at
trail
scouting.
hand.
I got +3 to investigate, so
And what's the
That's
last
it
one?
covered.
again?
There's 3, right? That's it.
Yeah,
covered.
it's
3, and then the
three.
last person, or last 2 people, will have a hand in
Yeah, I'll help.
doing other stuff.
I'll
or
help
doing nothing.
Malachi.
Sweet.
Yeah, you can help with the scout roll, I would say. So what I'll say is, DC is going to be slightly higher for the scout roll, but if Malachi, you can make an investigation check with advantage as you're being helped by Theo, right on one of the boards, and then Trailhand is who was doing that? That was you. If you could do that, please. And then
Oh,
how
what, sorry?
do the travel hand roll? So either nature or survival. So,
I will take an 18.
and then it will be Hal doing a medicine check. If my foundry could be alright. Oh, 21. Cool, that was public. Good. Awesome. Alright, pretty good rolls overall. 18 with advantage. 21 and 13 for Hal. Okay, yeah. I'd say across all pretty successful, and you guys haven't hit the markers for potential downsides. So Taylor, Mr. Fiddle, can you roll a 1d6 for me, please? And this is to see if a random event is going to happen.
Free bears.
No.
Incoming.
Okay. So the rest of the day actually goes super smoothly. You guys are should probably switch to the travel scene. That might be a little bit helpful here. Just so you know, the boars technically have like 195 pounds, which is like their max encumbrance. Theirs is the same as anyone else who has like a 13 strength. Maybe actually a little bit higher. I'd probably say there's like 250, which is like max. Once it's at like 200, they become encumbered, and then at 250 they essentially can't move. Right, let me change to this right screen. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Activates. This is what we should have been on this whole time. Now I'm not sure how long we'll be on here, but you guys spend the rest of the day, rest of the half of the day, traveling through the fields and some of the patches of woods, coming across a few different. Actually, no, yeah, there's just nothing exciting along this patch. You are just quite literally traveling along fairly boring roads, perfectly safe. There's no hiccups. Able to travel across the paths. You're able to find back onto the path from the corpse you were originally on. And towards the end of the day, it's coming towards the evening. Light is waning. Are you guys going to carry on, or are you going to set up camp?
I think with the sun going down, this would be a good time to set up a camp in decent time.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Probably.
Okay.
Camp it is.
Not going to make you go through crazy amount of things, but you guys can set up a camp similar to like the one you did before. But is there anything in particular that you guys want to do during this long rest?
My sandwiches, my special sandwiches from Sharon, are going to go bad if we don't eat them. So rather than use rations, does anybody want a sandwich?
I like one.
Aye. I'll have a sandwich.
I have 4 left, so I could feed all of us bar 1 with a sandwich.
Hal nods his head and he pulls out a trail mix ration and starts nibbling away, and he is going to take the first watch during the long rest.
I can take it because I'm pretty fresh short anyway.
Right. How do we have enough firewood and essentials? If not, we can all huddle under the bear skin.
Alright.
I've got a tinder box, so I can make the fire. But I assume we just find kindling and wood around.
Ah, yes. Nice. Oil to light the fire, tinder box to light the fire, wood to be burnt, bear skin to be warm, sandwiches to be eaten. Yes.
Cool.
Good night this shall be.
So you guys are able to set up camp, eat some sandwiches. Hal's going to look to take the first watch. There has to be 4 different watches, because each of you can have a watch period of 2 hours without facing potential exhaustion and giving up your long rest, as you will need to sleep for at least 6 hours and rest for 8 hours, and a watch counts as rest. So Hal's going to take the first watch. Who is going to take second?
I can take it.
I don't mind. I'll take third then.
Okay. Fiddle, Malachi, and who's going to be on last?
Do you want to do
Do
it,
it.
Figgle, or you want me to?
I'll do it.
Cool. Brilliant. And Figgle's going to be busy away at some point, fiddling away with his tools, if I'm right in saying. But Hal is going to set up seemingly fairly, quiet, but no different than usual. Contemplating, making sure he has got his armor on during his watch. He's not going to make that same mistake twice. But yeah, there we go. Alright, so he is going to roll, and I'll make sure this is public here. So this will be a perception check. Pretty good, 15 overall. His watch goes fairly uneventful. He then doffs his armor. What armor has he got? He's got chainmail. So he takes that off, and he sets about having a rest. After he wakes up Fiddle, you come to after having rested for a couple of hours. A little bit annoying, but there you go. It is your turn to take watch.
Okay.
So if you could drop a perception check in chat for me, and you can roll that and then.
Yep. Oh.
So you definitely set about having a look and keeping watch, but before you know it, you are focused on. I should change to this. You are focused on Otto. He seems to be fairly distant from you and wanting to stay away. He's pulling and sort of staying at like a bit of a distance from you. And so you spend most of the time sort of focused on that rather than potentially keeping an eye out around you. But luckily, the spot you found and picked, in part thanks to Mr. Figgle scouting out ahead of you, you're able to go through your watch, if I can think of the right words, without an event, but Otto is being distant. He's giving you the cold shoulder. Seems like something has spooked him about you.
Okay.
Is there anything in particular you'd want to do with Otto? Say to him, or how would you react to him giving you the cold shoulder, as it were?
I'd give him his time for a while.
Space, nice. If you could give me an animal handling check with advantage for me, please.
Okay.
probably say for him in this situation. Yeah, 23. It's pretty good. You give him the space. Maybe that went down with him or not. Well, we'll see. Moving on, next watch is going to be Malachi. You get woken up by Mr. Fiddle. And it is your turn to take watch.
Third watch. Always the worst. Always the worst.
Should I just refresh if the scene hasn't loaded for me, Tom?
Yes.
19.
19? Pretty good. Is there anything that Malachi would be doing during this time?
Just keeping watch, making sure none of the beasties of the other realm are clawing about.
Okay.
Making sure that he doesn't fall asleep. And only a little bit of staring at the moon.
Yeah. And we'd already rolled for your stress points stuff last session, so we won't go back through that on this long rest, but next one we will do. So keep that in mind.
Yes,
I am unable to reach the site, Tom, unfortunately.
Same for me.
Oh, really? Okay, let me
Oh, yeah, it's broken.
quickly go about fixing this, as we won't be able to do the next roll. So if I do that and I go to this, boom. All right, we're back on cameras only for now. What I will do is need to restart this Foundry session, so you'll all be kicked and you all need to rejoin in a moment when I tell you.
I don't know how many of you have done late night watches.
In
But the
real
worst,
life?
yeah.
No.
Allow me to tell
What are
you,
What are you
the
watching
worst
for?
ones. It's honestly
It was
just
you in the
any
army,
kind of
weren't you,
movement.
or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there. It's the middle of the night. You're exhausted. Your eyes are telling you that a bush is real and that there's a person in the bush. But you know that's not true. Every time you look at a tree, you just see like a little shadow behind it. And you're like, is there someone there? No, there's not someone there. It is not the
You
not
can
the
log
best.
back in.
And arguably, the best times to do watch are the last one. So you're the one to wake everybody up. Midnight, which is like, and then it's like, the first watch. Those are the best times to do watch. Otherwise, you're just getting really cranky because your sleep's being interrupted. It's the worst.
Yeah, I don't.
I loaded in all good.
Cool. What about
See the
everyone
scene.
else?
Yeah.
Loading.
Seems fine. I can see the scene.
Yeah, all good for me as well.
Yep. We got in.
Okay, one sec.
So a little pull behind the curtain of the life of a little Minimos here. And doing late night watches. What's up, Cat? Do you wanna come on stream?
We demand cat tax.
Oh,
Pictures of the cat.
so there's a little adorable thing. She's Nixie.
Nixie.
She's one of 3. She's named after the Greek primordial goddess of the night.
Very cute. Alright, let me transition here. Cool, we are back. Is everyone logged in, right?
I
I should be right back. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Cool. Taylor, are you in? Cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Figgle. Actually, no, sorry. Malachi.
yes.
You finish a long rest with no interruption. Seems like it's fairly chill here. And you can go about waking up Figgle if you so wish for the next watch.
I do.
go about it then?
Go to where he's sleeping and just boot his foot.
Already? Ah.
Yes, it's that time of the night.
Alright. Good job.
I'll give you
Stands
10
up.
minutes to sort yourself out. I'll be sitting by the fire.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I walk out, have a look.
So by this time, it's about 6 a.m. in the morning, there and thereabouts. You can see in the distance the start of the sun starting to rise beyond the mountains, very far in the distance. Can you make a check for me, please? Oh, okay, good to know. Is there anything you'd be doing in your long rest?
No, not tonight.
Okay, cool.
This morning.
This morning. And this morning, indeed, you guys eventually come to. We'll speed through that. And you are able to set about traveling, but Figgle can go about waking you guys up, or if you wake up naturally, and it is the start of the next day. Day 3 of your 4-day 4.5 day travel, technically now. So yeah. What are you guys doing? Just gonna carry on traveling? You're gonna go back to Thistledale?
Keep going.
No,
Yeah,
I think
keep going.
onwards we go.
And
So at this point, being relatively a day and a half out, does anything come back to me on the journey? In terms of route?
this
Because it has been 15 years.
you're beyond the route. This is actually the perfect time to do it. During this day's travel. If you could roll a history check for me.
Let's go. Come on, not 20. Alright, that's an 8. It's a good thing I have inspiration. Let's fire that off.
Okay. See how you
Better than a
do.
9.
A natural 8.
Solid worse option.
A natural 8 and then a natural 2. Oof. Rough.
Yep.
Rough indeed.
Strong.
This is where you're going to need like a point of inspiration from chat. But okay.
One chat. Help me out.
I'll keep that in mind. It's too late now. We'll keep it in mind for today's travel. So I'm guessing we're going to keep to the same players doing the same sort of roles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Yeah,
But before we start moving.
Yep.
Hey, Fiddle.
Yeah.
What do you know about, like, berries and things around here?
I might know some stuff about them.
Do you think that would
What do
be
you wanna know?
of interest to you?
It's kind of your job.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I'd know what they do to make things out of them.
Is there anything worth looking out for?
Perhaps. Shall I get my book out and have a look?
Sure. What kind of things do you think would have been that Fiddle would have been keeping a diary of outside of the history and gods and deities and religions and other things? What berries or local foliage and stuff do you think would have been important for Fiddle to keep note of?
For a herbalist.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd know a lot.
Well, there's
Just
a
for the
herbalist,
herbalist part,
sage.
but also
Yeah.
he's a druid, and he He's one with the forest and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure he'd be pretty interested in every kind of plant type thing,
Okay.
knowing what it does.
I think you should make him roll.
Yeah, you can roll
Roll
a survival check. And we'll say.
So it turns out that I know nothing about them.
Well, yeah, unless you give me like a specific.
Ooh, never mind.
Fuck me.
Oh,
There you go.
hell yeah! That's
Hell
more
yeah.
like it.
Let me.
I was just burning the bad dice for you. It's all good, man.
Yeah, the best.
I was gonna say I'm gonna help him out if he doesn't get advantage naturally, but you don't need it.
So, it's in the homebrew rules section of the Discord, but just so everyone, I'm fairly certain if it's not, then it's just by default. Goodberry doesn't exist as a spell in any campaign I'll ever run because it goes against a lot of things that I feel are good about things.
Bullshit.
It is the most broken cantrip ever.
But there are ways to get things that are similar to good berries. So for you, Oscar, you'll recognize this because I'm rehashing because I'm not going to create a shit ton of stuff twice.
My plan has worked.
So for you, Fiddle, your fucking names, Jesus Christ. One of you is definitely going to die within the next few months. If it does happen, it's not on purpose, and I'm joking. You know of verdant berries. Verdant berries are ones which have healing properties if utilized correctly. They're good to keep an eye out for. If you can find them, they can be fairly rare, but springtime is actually where they are definitely found, or Bloomtide are definitely one of the times a year in which they can be found easier, specifically within grasslands, like grassy meadows and clearings, which is essentially where you guys are currently traveling through. In the woodlands, not so much. They're not found there, which is like they wouldn't be in like the Mistwood Forest, for example. They can be hard to spot, but I will give you a short description of them and potential use, and I'll just message that to you now. That's and this.
Okay.
So that's probably one of the first things that comes to mind, especially within the situation you guys are being in. And with a natural 20, I would also add in that you know of. You know of gold leaf clovers. So I'll put these in here as well. They are very hard to come across. Something that you potentially would have wanted to try and find at some point, because they can potentially bring good luck. It doesn't say specifically. Well, I'll let you read what it says, and it's up to you. And because a natural 20, and obviously natural 20 doesn't have the same effect because it's a skill check, but for total 23, it's pretty fucking amazing. So I will do my best to try and reward that a little bit further. Ooh.
Eat the leaves.
You also know of a Dreamshade Lily, seeing as that is definitely within the.
That's got to be a drug. You're too excited. to talk
Literally,
about
Yeah,
that.
that's
exactly what I
definitely
was
true.
thinking.
Yeah.
It's my favourite plan. What's going on?
So I've sent those three across to you. There you go. So you'd know of those, and you could bring those ones up, and you'd have some notes about them. And then other berries and stuff like you'd know of are more like generic things you could potentially find, things that would be good for eating and maybe helping with the creation of rations, like trail mixes and other bits and stuff. But those are the three ones that would have like a specific potential mystic element to them, I guess. Not magic, but mystic or healing elements to them.
Nice to know. What were you saying, Figgle? You wanted to know what good plants we could look for?
Well, if we're going to be walking for another day or two, we should look out for stuff.
Well, what kind of plants were you looking for?
I don't know, you're the expert. What is there around here? What should we look
well-
out for?
There are a handful of them, but it depends what we're looking for, really. We want some. Do we want to? We don't want any of the naughty stuff, do we?
No.
Depends what kind of naughty stuff.
No, Malachi.
The
He's
poison
probably got a
kind.
stash of it already, so he's alright.
You could always do with a few poison berries.
Alright. So we're gonna look for little small thorny shrubs with vibrant green leaves and clusters of tiny translucent green berries.
Ooh.
Keep a lookout for those. You probably know what they are. You just don't know what they're called, Figgle, from being in the forest all the time.
Yeah, I've seen some in your room before.
They wouldn't have been in the
I
forest.
don't mess with
to
your
be clear.
stuff.
In the plains.
In the plains, it would be in grasslands, but not in the woods.
Vibrantly.
You think you've ever been in the plains, Figgle?
What?
Think you've ever been out in the plains?
Yeah, there's clearings in the woods and stuff.
Have you seen any of them plants?
I've seen lots of things that sound like what you're saying.
Well,
But,
just
but
keep
we
an eye.
can look out for them now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool. So during today's travel, are you guys, or whoever is, this would be a mix of things. But specifically, if I bring up the rules again, because I have to refresh, this would be a mix of scouts and trail hand. The quartermaster wouldn't have that on there. Like, the quartermaster is focused on other parts. The general well-being and making sure you're all eating and drinking throughout the day, and essentially keeping an eye on everything and taking breaks and everything you need. And if there is like a bad roll, you guys, may face difficult circumstances, but we'll see. So, are you guys going to keep an eye out for potential verdant berries, bushes throughout today's travel?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm going to keep a lookout for what Fiddle just explained to me.
Cool.
I don't know what a verdant berry is. You never said that part.
Yeah,
Yep.
you did.
I didn't say the name.
You didn't say the name? Okay, my bad. All right. You're keeping an eye out for
Metagame.
some berries.
Green translucent berries in thorny bushes.
Cool. Let me check their difficulty, actually.
Challenge rating 500.
It turns out they can only be picked from the back of some kind of horrible bush monster.
Well, now you say it. Thanks for the inspiration.
That's a great idea. It's like an anglerfish, but it's a berry instead of a light.
There is legit some things like that.
Yeah.
And just so everyone, like what I was referring to, not having to create it twice, is essentially I created a book called Plants and Herbs of the Sword Coast North, specifically for one of my players in my other campaign, which is a 83-page document with multiple different regions covering the potential things that could be found there, from oceans to mountains and grasslands and stuff, including challenge rains and other bits and their uses and shit. So, yeah. There may well be some of that within this, in which I then publicly publish at some point, but I have very little free time at the moment, so we'll see. Either way, let's move on. So let's get the rolls in. Let's get the traveling in. So we are going into day 2.5, technically, on this front. One thing I had noted down but hadn't mentioned, because of such a fucking good roll from Mr. Figglebottom, 21 on the survival check on the trail hand, you guys were able to stay on task and able to make decent time, so you recoup an hour worth of travel. So another, essentially, couple of really good rolls on that front. You'll make up the time, which is essentially 4 hours lost. So you're now down to 3 hours lost of your initial travel time. So let's get some rolls in. Let's start with Trail Hand, and then Scout, and then Quartermaster. So that is going to be Mr. Figgle as a Trail Hand, and then I think, or who was the Scout?
Yep,
Scout was
yep,
Malachi.
yep.
I
I was the trailhand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's get to it.
I'll help
Okay.
Fegel again.
That is,
Alright,
you
well-
came just in clutch in saying that.
Yes, you did.
Any slower, and that would have been, never mind.
Oh!
Oh, I'm so inspired, actually. Oh, I really want to. I want to find some berries now. I know about them. All right, we'll take it.
Does you reroll inspiration
take
with
it.
advantage?
Yes. Let's do one more roll.
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake! Let's get them all out the way. They're all out the way now. They're all out the way now. They're out the way. They're out the way.
That is hilarious.
Thanks for burning all the bad rolls for me.
Yeah,
all
no
right.
worries.
Talking about bad rolls, Malachi, you're up.
Let's go dice roll.
Oh.
Oh god, guys, this
Oh.
is not looking good.
We're all gonna die.
Let's get a medicine check for Mr. Howe. Oh,
Not a public roll. It must be fake. It was not a public roll.
that is
Um,
most unfortunate.
no.
So,
I think we're preoccupied looking for berries, maybe.
Taylor, can you roll a 1d6 for me? And also, Theo, can you roll a 1d100 for me, please?
Sure.
It was a 1. That's good, right?
Another one. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's good. A
45.
45.
45 is a good number because of that one song.
What song?
I think it's by the Outcast. That's 45.
Oh, we all know the 45 song, guys.
I mean, it's like Bleach. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
We are 45. I thought it was we are number 1.
I thought you meant code 45 268.
I mean, that works too.
All right, so you guys start your travel, and about an hour in, the clouds have gathered in. It's not been a clear sky; it's been a darkened sky, and gradually getting darker. And rain starts to pour down, sort of trickling, like spitting at you guys, and then hail starts coming down as well. As I just got you to roll a on the weather table, Mr. Theo. So it's light hailstone. So it's nothing crazy, but it's enough to cause a distraction. And you guys are carrying this heavy skin on these with the clever contraption carrying the skin on the log. And you're having to try and push forward. And as you do so, you got... Who was it first? Trailhand. No. Figgle for a total 12. It wasn't too bad, but the DC was put up because of the carrying the log.
Yeah.
So you weren't going to gain any time. And my notes for this part of the journey. Yours is fine, actually. The issue is actually Malachi not being able to sort of go far enough ahead to be able to keep an eye out on things and what you need to do. But he does spot actually a couple of, well, not a couple, a single cougar, as it were, up ahead on the trail. Luckily, catching a glance of it, but causing a bit of a scare and confusion in your reaction, Malachi. What would that confusion and scare look like as you're trying to hush people and keep them back as to not engage with what seems to be a wild cat?
I think the first half of it will be actually determining whether the cat was real. Or just staring it for a little bit. Head from one side. Yeah, no, that's definitely a big cat. Guys, big cat ahead. Yeah. Yes.
As you do,
Cougar.
as you do that and you're turning around to say that, Hal and Theo, busy in conversation, not Hal and Theo, sorry, Hal and, well, Hal sort of standing next to you. There's only two tall people in your group, right?
Yeah, Hal
Only
and
two, yeah.
Hal
Yeah,
and
'cause-
Malika.
Yeah, obviously Flair's not here.
They're at the front.
Yeah. So you just kind of like stop to sort of take this in, and because you're all technically connected, there's a shunt motion where there's a crack as one of the branches snaps, and you're busy like staring and about to go into this like we need to keep an eye on it when Hal sort of like stumbles forward, trips over, and his bag like falls off his back and goes off into the bushes, like rolls off into the bushes next to him with a bunch of the rations in it, if I'm right in saying. Indeed. And you hear a bunch of like squeak noises, rustling noises, and a slight growl coming in from the bushes. And with your passive perception, Figgle, you can notice that a couple of raccoons are running off with what seems to be some ration packs in their hands off into the bushes, as they seem to be thieving away.
Resourceful.
Could you roll a history check for me, Figgle?
Yeah.
A 9. You're in a closed-off community. Yeah, that's it. Cool. I will say for Hal's side, he is now down to 2 rations from 7. As thanks to the very low rolls on your side, guys, you've lost 5 rations on that front. There's not going to be a delay in time, as Figure was able to beat the DC that would have been required for today's Trailhand one. But thanks to a mix-up between both Malachi and Hal, you've lost a bunch of rations, as it were. So he has now only got 2 on him, 2 rations. So you guys are going to start to potentially wane a little bit when it comes to that side. But right now, the contraption that you built is also broken. So there's 2 downsides of this situation where the branch at the front end is broken. You guys are the short folk are yanked off the hogs as well. They let out grunts and unhappy. Malachi, you see the wildcat disappear off in the distance. It was black, so who knows if it was real or not. Disappears off into the hedgerow. But this is a situation you're currently in. You guys have been traveling for about 2 hours. What are you doing?
Figgle. Go off in pairs, keep an eye out, find a replacement branch. We need to be careful now. There's a big cat on the prowl. While it might leave us be, it might be hungry. So don't go too far.
Theo.
Yep.
Didn't you mention you could like fix things? Maybe you could fix it.
Oh yeah, I could probably fix it.
It's only a
I
bit
don't
of
know
wood.
how long it'll take though.
Could you
Take about
gone?
If
A
you can,
minute.
Theo. Yeah. Keep
a minute. Yeah.
Everyone else keep an eye out while Theo does his thing.
Yeah. So just
Alright,
describe.
watch this. I kneel down, I take the stick in my hand, and I just close my eyes and like hug it real tight into me, the 2 broken halves of this stick. Like straining noise for the whole 60 seconds that you squeeze in it.
And it slowly.
And then he just holds it up.
Yeah. And I mean, and you can feel beneath your hands, like the pressure is there, and you can feel the gap and like the break in the branch start to just like crack back into place, and just almost strengthen beneath your hands as this wild magic flows through and out of your hands around the branch. Dare not to look until the last moment, and it works. Very smart.
Yep. Look at that. Better than it was before.
That's great, Theo.
Yeah, thanks. I am a bit tired now, though, so
When we press onwards, let's do it with an air of caution. We might be getting stalked after all.
yeah.
You
Yeah, it's
okay,
probably
Hal?
wise.
Yeah, I'm fine, I guess. And he's like dusting himself off, and he's gonna grab his bag, and he's sort of taken everything out and counted it, and it's like, seems like we're down 5 rations. How many have we all got?
We
I've
should
got
still
loads.
have enough.
I've got 3.
What
I've
bag did
got
the raccoons rob it
5.
from?
House.
Oh, well, I've got 7 still, so...
Oh, yeah, we've definitely got enough
We
to
could-
make it there. Then we'll just have to resupply.
How much of your sandwiches do we have before they spoil?
No,
Or are
no
they all
sandwiches
spent?
left. We
We ate
ate
them
them
all.
last night.
Yeah.
So we've got about 15 days between at least 3 of us.
Oh, that reminds me,
myself
actually,
included in that.
I hadn't actually used a ration for Hal the previous night, so I've just done that. So he's actually down to 1.
Great.
Yeah, okay.
Hal, loads. Take some of mine.
And I give him 5.
You give him 5, so
I've
he's
got
now
13.
back up to 6. Just make sure
Yeah,
you take
that's
them off.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Walk-in Armory has just redeemed a random item roll. Cool.
Walking
So-
Armory. What are you doing?
What a perfect name for this.
Oh, hopefully so.
So the items on here, I will say it is a 1d100. There are 100 different items. Majority of them are just mundane. But this is the perfect timing for this. Most of them are just mundane. There are some more potential spicy ones on there. What you can do in chat, none of the players can do this, just the viewers. You can potentially redeem, and it should be submit a random item, and you can essentially give me inspiration for an item to put in there. But for now, it is just items that I've come up with or grabbed from elsewhere. So let's get a roll for this. A 1d100.
Roll a hundo. Roll a hundo.
I will do it as I will act as Twitch chat's arm. 36. So forgot that would come up with the random item. So as Hal is sort of busy picking up his bag from the bushrow, he's and sort of counting these, and you're handing him over the rations. He sort of says to you, Figgle, "Oh, I think I saw something in that bush. I don't know if it's worth checking out."
Of course it is.
And
I'll
you
go into the bush, cautiously, like, put my hand through the bush.
and you find underneath the bush, just this very colourful looking fabric chair with 3 wooden sort of stakes, which sort of act when they're like all spread out. You can stick them into the ground and then sit on like the fabric base. So it can kind of be used as like a really shit table or as like a stool, like to sit on.
Right, okay, yeah.
And the fabric's in good sort of condition, but it's kind of, I say colourful, it's like striped where it's like part of it's in this very dull and low quality sort of like red dye. Whatever they used for it is kind of faded in time, but it's otherwise like sort of like a pale cream coloured fabric to it. Essentially, you can add a portable folding chair to your inventory if you so wish.
What the fuck?
I hate littering. Look at this, guys.
And I unfold it and stab it in the ground.
It was a chair.
Your
You
mic's
could probably,
Oh,
probably sleep
I don't know
on
what to
that.
do about it.
it's because of the headset, like because you'd have to have like something like this and change like the levels and stuff on it.
Yes. I'll
Um,
just turn off my headphone. That helps.
Yeah, that was
You
it.
two
Yeah,
could probably sleep on that. Big enough for a bed for you.
I don't think so.
it's not quite that big.
All right. Well, maybe
Maybe
worth
we can
bringing
sell it with the
along.
bear skin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's in pretty
Maybe-
good. It's in pretty good condition. It's just the dye has kind of gone away. But for the fact that you found it underneath this random bush, that there were a couple of raccoons hanging around, it's kind of weird. But it's in pretty good condition, so you can put like pretty good condition portable folding chair, and hopefully I remember that description I gave it.
How is the lumbar support?
The lumbar support.
There is none. It's a
There's-
stool.
That's true. It's. I was gonna do a roll for it, but like there is none. It's a stool.
It's a stool.
There we go.
Technically,
Does anyone have any rope?
Oh, sorry.
I think it was alright.
it's their cup
I have
holders.
some rope.
You know what? There is actually a cup holder on it, a single cup holder.
Nice.
I have some rope. How much do you need?
No, just tie it on the log.
Alright.
Add it to the yeah.
I mean, we could probably untie some of the massive amounts that you used and just tie it on.
Sure.
It's.
We just stuffed like 2 of the stakes underneath the rope that's holding the bear skin down, and was like, that'll do.
Yep. Not gonna make you roll for it.
All right, let's get a move on. Watch out for that cat.
Or cats.
Cool. So you're not gonna lose any time, but you have lost some rations, and you had
Gained
also
a chair.
broken a branch, but you also gained a chair, which I love. You can potentially try and sell it and see how well you'll be able to do on that front. Awesome.
Well, we could just
Love
have it as a nice upgrade for camp.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah,
have a chair,
there you
that'd be
go.
Free chair? Why are we selling free chair?
Cool. Let's move on. You're able to carry on throughout the rest of the day. There's nothing in particular sort of like pops out. It is just a lot of mundane walking. Up until... What was your history check again? I think it was shit, wasn't it?
9.
9. Malachi, you come across a junction point in which you can carry on going down to the left, or you could go down to the right. And you swear the right path, you recognize it as a potential route to go.
How swear is swear? Like, I feel it in my bones, or is it like, ooh, wait, hold on.
It's the second one.
It's the, ooh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Didn't Hal get a
Shit.
shoddily made map from that guy?
I have a shoddily made map of when I was 15. Is this junction on that map?
If you remember correctly, the quality in the map is literally just like a dotted line.
Yeah.
It hasn't got any junctions or anything on there.
Just
yeah.
shit.
Hal, do you have that map?
Yes, I've got it.
Does it say anything about this?
No, but I could see how we could actually potentially. And let's roll a survival check for him reading the map.
So, I think right.
That's pretty good.
I'm not sold on right, but I think right. That is the way to go to my village.
Well-
But if you want to go to Willow's Edge first, it might be a bit safer.
So if you go to journals, there's one in there called Bad Map.
Yeah.
And so essentially, this is common. You've probably been traveling for a good 5 hours at this point, and you come to a point where you're coming up towards the E, like that junction, off towards then the W, which is Willow's Edge. E is Ember's thingamajig. If I could remember Emberstead. and essentially you could, how with the 14 he's able to be like, I mean, could potentially be leading off towards the road that leads to Willow's Edge. Could save us a couple of hours, or it could be the wrong way, or lead us somewhere else.
Is he talking about left or right?
So you're facing down towards Emberstead. It would be taking the right path, which is the one that Malachi is suggesting you guys take. Essentially, it looks
Well,
like a shortcut.
Yeah, if it
Right.
could save us time, I think.
Yeah.
Why not give
Yeah.
it a try? What have we got to lose? None of us know the way, so might as
None,
well
none
try.
of you don't have any magics to donate a path there, Theo?
No, none of my powers are about directions, unfortunately. Not that I found
Right.
yet, anyway.
Let's
Right
get
then,
going.
right we go. Righty-ho.
Oh, okay. And Hal puts away the map in his pocket, which is just on a piece of parchment. Tries to protect it the best he can. And then you guys make your way through to a potential shortcut on this front. We'll have to wait and see if that will end up being the case or not. I'm just checking on music, because for whatever reason I can't hear anything. Oh, it's just quiet. Cool, so what you come across as you carry on down here is another let me switch to it myself before I say what the fuck is it. Yes, so what you come across is this. Along this journey, keep in mind that the north, top side, and I'll switch to it in a moment, the north side of this is actually the way you've come from, and the bottom side of this map is where you're heading towards. You come
Okay.
across
Okay.
this. Let me know if and when you guys are in. I know, streamer technically
Seems-
in.
No
Seems
tokens,
scene
so I
changing is
can't
struggling
see.
today.
Yeah, it is. Good to know. Oh,
Yeah, no token within the
Yeah,
scene.
I'm in now.
no token within the scene, then that is on me. So let me just solve that. Oh, yeah. On me. Boom. There you go.
I don't
It's
real.
grey for me.
It's
Yeah,
grey?
for me.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
can see it on stream, but not on my screen.
Yes.
Okay, look on stream for now.
Okay.
Should be fine. Let me just shrink. So, what you come across is a giant footprint in the ground.
So are we near
sh-
the toes?
You are, yeah, you're near the toes. You're coming in from here. And you're essentially, like, they are, like, holes in the ground. Like, a good foot into the ground. So you're going to have to, like, traverse around. And it would take you a moment to realize what this is. But you're all, like, with the rolls, you did really shit work at this front. It's probably Fiddle. You realize first that this has, like, the general shape of a foot. As you're trying, like, you're coming across this. What do you say, Fiddle?
I'm probably just in disbelief. I probably don't say anything.
And Figgle, there is definitely a shiver that is sent up your spine.
Wait, guys.
I've done something by accident, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Thank you. Like, how big is this foot?
Can I try and ascertain how old this footstep is?
Sure, roll a survival check. What are you? But what does this look like? I mean, I'll drag your tokens on, but I don't think you can see. I don't think the map is in there for you at the moment.
It's just grey for me.
It's just
but,
grey.
So I'm looking at the movement of the earth and whether it's fresh and there's like worms and like it's recent, or if it's like it's crusted and like sand and dust has started to blow in, and like you can tell it's significantly old.
So what I meant by it as well is that what does it look like you're doing? Because you're currently like sort of like say here,
hang off the edge of like this. Well, to me it's like basically a cliff, but I'm just gonna peer down and like run my hand along the edge of it, inside, and try and tell if it's like old or new. But I get this shiver down my spine because I guess it seems like a giant's footstep, and I have a bit of history with giants.
Do you now? You can see that there is moss and different plant life grown within the footholds of these toes. A lot of it, actually. A lot of like plant and like foliage life sort of within each one of these toes that are seemingly very deep. And the carts you can see are all very damaged and like sort of embedded into the ground. Seems like this is a fairly old one, specifically like time frame. I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean there is a lot of growth, like plant growth in and around the toes for whatever reason. Yeah. You could be like could be down to whatever potential life sits on the bottom of being this size. This is fucking giant. Like even for potential giant's foot, this is fucking huge. Can I have a history check for everyone? Upon the, well, do you mention about this being a giant's foot print, or potentially?
Yeah, I mean they're gonna look at me sticking my hands down and stuff, so I'm like,
this might be a giant's foot, but it's massive. I'm a bit worried.
A giant's foot.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is a giant foot.
No,
I mean, I just see a hole in the floor.
look at the bigger picture. There's 5, and then over there it's a bit deeper. It's like the heel, and there's all these carts smashed around.
You're assuming a lot just by 6 different imprints. That it's a foot.
Did I roll one?
No, you haven't. You should. I want you to, yeah. Oh, this makes sense. Okay. Unnatural 20. Damn, nice. That's pretty good. So, Figgle, you know as much as I told you before.
Yep.
For Hal, he's not here, and I don't know if he's watching or not. So we'll sort that out next time. But otherwise, Theo, you know of like tales of giants, and you know that as a species, and even like Malachi, even with a 4, you'd have like an inkling of like giants exist, but like this is far too big to be a like a giant's footprint, right? You've only heard tales of them.
This would have to be a giant.
For Theo, again, you know of tales of giants and how big they are, but you've never seen any. They're not really spoken of being here. Up in Ashen's Reach, there is mention of giants as rumors and haven't been part of the war that was raged previously. That area and that essentially country lost very badly. And you know there's... Now, yeah, that's it for you. Fiddle, you know all of what I just said, and you know specifically that they do have a continent, far away land that they potentially are from. even with the 20. And you know that they, although are fucking huge and dangerous to majority of normal-sized folk, they're not predominantly like meant to be aggressive or evil as such. But because their size difference and different culture, they can be seen as like a threat of some sort, and quite often dealt with violence. Because you can imagine a giant race coming in and taking over and trying to sit themselves as dominators within a landscape. And you also know, well, you tell me, Figgle, how much would he know? And you can message him it privately if you so wish.
Fiddle? So Fiddle's telling me, or?
No, you're telling Figgle, like, of why you have, like, the chills running down
yeah,
your spine.
he knows. Yeah, he knows.
Okay, so you
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, have you actually told him as well?
I
Yeah.
believe you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And yes, you also know that potential connection as well. Yeah, giants are definitely a real thing, but this is also fucking huge. You've never seen a giant yourself, but you know someone who may well have had seen one.
Wasn't me.
Anything else? You gonna ask any more questions, any more conversations around this giant?
Well, if they're that big, I've never seen one, so I just can't believe they exist. Surely you'd have seen one by now if they were that big.
All I'm going to say on this is
Well, you said we could. Oh, didn't you?
a
Sorry.
normal giant's foot wouldn't be this big. So if a normal giant's foot were to be equate to a man, this footprint must be to a giant as a man is to us. Colossal, gigantic, titanic.
How big's a normal giant's foot?
Do we have a measurement on that?
No.
I mean, it's at least 30 foot across, if not longer.
If we came from the top part of the foot, then it was going that way that we came from.
Yeah.
It seems old at least. But it could have a village down here. Like normal sized giants.
I would say as in general, you know that there isn't like a society of giants that you at least know of. You also obviously still have like a small village folks of knowledge of the world within certain limits. Fiddle, I would say, would know that of the local region of the Heartlands, at least on the side you guys are on, which is the western side of the Heartlands. You don't know and haven't heard of any giant folk. Half giants, you do know of. Where would they be? Let me double check on my notes and map here, as I'll give you a decent chunk as you got that 20, and it fits your background, Fiddle. You know that towards the northern side of the Heartland that there are rumours of half-giant folk.
Well, hopefully, if this footprint's coming from a shortcut to Willow's Edge, then hopefully the village is still there, right? I mean, we didn't see any other footprints though, so where can it have gone?
I mean, with a
Well-
beast this giant, his gate must be huge.
It
Right,
could be in the
that's true.
woods somewhere, the other step.
I mean, if grass is growing on it, does that mean it's like old?
I think it's old.
Like, how old are we talking old? Like decades, years, months, hours?
I have no clue. It's stupidly big though. It might be ancient.
Figgle, could be years, could be decades. I would say you'd know there could be potential magic or stuff like that that could have an effect as to why you know yourself that plant growth can be affected by magic, so it's a decent determinator, but is also fairly difficult to also be fully dependent on.
Well, if it's a magical, some kind of, or a magical earth giant, and wherever it steps, the plants grow.
You look around at this point, and it is very luscious. Like the whole area around you, the plant growth is just crazy. Even for Bloomtide, like sort of springtime, and it is the 4th of Bloomtime right now. It's still very blooming, even more so than normal.
I grab Fiddle's arm and I walk to the edge of like the toe, one of the toes, and I like
take a look at. Is there anything interesting down there?
And we're gonna like look at the plants that are growing in these like
Toads, the toe
crevasses.
fungus.
Yeah, I don't want to call it a toad, but yeah, I think that's the only way.
Toe print.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will help him look at the plants.
Let's do it.
now.
Okay. Roll a perception. No, this would be an investigation check, and you can have advantage on it as you're being. No, I'd say straight roll as he's helping you down there, and the DC will be slightly altered due to the help. But if you could roll an investigation check for me, Fiddle.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So. There's the wrong thing. There we go. You don't find anything of real note. It doesn't seem like there's any particular crazy berries or anything. But then you look a little bit deeper and you move some brushes. And if you could roll a 1d6 for me, please. As you move some of the rather large, beefy...
Oh.
That's a 2d6.
So now that's happened.
That's fine. We'll take the first result, which is a 5 out of those dice. So it was a 5 and a 3 you rolled. You move some of the dock leaves that seem to be absolutely huge, bigger than normal, which you know can be used potentially in treating some wounds and sort of using them as bandages as such. If I remember correctly, they may be able to get cooked as well. I can't remember. It's very much on the edge of my memory of plants that can actually be eaten. But what you find is...
Everything can be eaten if you're brave enough.
And your constitution is high enough.
Maybe I got you to roll a wrong one. Let's go through all my notes on this front. Yeah, so technically it was the wrong one. Can you just roll a 1d4 for me? Got you to roll the wrong dice.
Okay.
Okay, you find a very small verdant berry bush, and there seems to be 2 ripe berries that you can pick for your taking, if you so wish.
I definitely do it.
So
I'll pick them.
you can pick them, you can add them to inventory. When consumed, they will provide 1d4 plus 1 hit points.
Is it a bonus action to eat them?
Yes. And I would say you'd know that these are pretty damn rare to be able to find. Like, these are, like an alchemist, the herbalist dream is to be able to try and find these. Very rare, very hard to find, and used in potion making. And potions are not something you easily make. You can make balms like you have done, like the balms of wound cleansing. Like those you can make. They take a decent amount of time and decent amount of resources. But actually, like real potions, I will just tell you now, guys, finding real potions or buying them, it's not easy.
Could have done something.
What have you
I'm
done?
not sure how to add this thing. I've clicked add on consumables and it's added something, but I don't know which one
So
it added.
it's added something called
Rope
new
pendant?
consumable. So then you right click on that,
Oh, shit.
edit.
Yep.
This music goes way too intense.
Or should I just Verdant thingy?
Finding these bushes is a big deal. Like very intense work.
Well, I'm kind of like holding Figglebottom's leg as he's dangling in some bushes. So
Yeah, we'll just switch to this for now.
that's what I envision. I'm like got him by the ankles.
Anything down there?
Maybe add this as its own little thing. So quantity 2, weight.
Yep.
What would you even say it is?
Weight,
Nothing.
just ignore it. Like it's
negligible.
yeah, it's
Nothing.
negligible. And if in the description, if you just copy the 1d4 plus 1 healing when used, and I would just tell you now, you know that they can potentially be used within potion making, but are probably like you would know they are worth a lot of money.
Do I add an effect of like healing or something?
I wouldn't worry about it right now. I'll do it later. I'll add in a few different things. But for now, let's just not worry about it. It'll take too long to do. But yeah, that is perfect. What you've added in there.
Verdant berry.
Yeah. Roll an intelligence check for me.
Let's go. Ability check. Yeah.
Oh, actually, hang on.
Yeah, go on.
You can. Let's make that a wisdom check. So you don't need to do another one. What we'll do is we'll just add your modifier onto that. Instead, which would be a +3 instead of +2, so 10. Okay, yeah, they're worth they must be worth a crap ton of money. You know how hard they are coming across. But either way, you're currently being dangled across, and you've just been asked if you found anything by Figgle.
Yeah. I found two berries, and I think these are the ones that I told you about earlier.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna pull him up.
Guys! Guys!
Yes.
Look what we found! Show 'em, Fiddle!
Okay. I mean, there you go. Do they know what they are?
Well, you described it to everyone, but
I described it to you, I think, but yeah.
oh, well, we were all looking out for them. Was the idea?
Yep.
Are we?
Or in my mind, anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, we got some.
Yes. Oh.
Lovely. Apparently, they have some healing properties.
You
Is
excited?
this- Nice.
Yeah.
I thought they're
Bit
rare.
weird that they're growing out of a Stankfoot.
I mean, they are. They're probably not. They're expensive, but we're rich, so does it really matter, though? You know. Come on. It'll be nice if we need them, or if we can use them for things in the future.
What can you use them for?
Wink.
Probably in the lab.
In the lab?
Well,
Yeah.
So I
Potions
shouldn't
and
eat them
such.
then, that's what you're saying.
No, you definitely. Well, you're feeling a bit sick, maybe.
Right.
what
Yeah,
I'm thinking
not for a
is
snack.
if
Okay.
we
I won't
just
eat them.
mentally note this location, at least that we know that these berry bushes grow here in the Stankfoot.
Yeah, but these taste
Then-
really nice, actually.
This only further supports my theory that this is some kind of godly footprint of some gigantic.
Well,
It's
that-
Verdantia herself. She's walked through these forests and the blooms grown in her footsteps. That's what it must be. I've never seen a foot this big.
I mean,
That's the only logical solution.
that may be true, that may be false. I haven't heard of any giant beings, but what would I hear that you guys wouldn't?
Figure will check the other
I
toe
think
prints, but I presume, yeah.
I think if we go to Willow's Edge, then we might be able to get some idea on this imprint. Until then, I don't think really it's worth dwelling on.
Cool. Very nice. So, let's move on. Are you guys gonna camp and start a new, religion around the Stankfoot, or are you guys gonna move on?
I'll check the other toe prints, but I presume there's nothing.
There is nothing else in any of
I
those.
don't want to presume. Yeah, okay.
Right.
What about these wagons?
Oh, they must have been looted by now. Look at them.
You can have a look through, and everything is picked clean.
Okay.
The wood is in absolutely dire quality. It falls apart in your hands.
Okay.
Like
Right, let's
half a
keep
wagon
moving.
is under the ground as well. Yeah, you can carry on moving. We'll move back to the scene, and you guys can carry on traveling for the rest of the day. Let me double check on my map. Cool. Starts to become late. Are you guys gonna look for a place to camp?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, and remind me, Malachi rolled a 5? No, 6 for your scout check. Oof. You keep going, like pushing along this strange path. All of you a bit perturbed by this experience with a giant foot that had these very rare berries grown within them. You're also starting to feel the weight of the rug, the bear,
Rug, kind of.
the pelt, the bear pelt that you were all sort of bearing the brunt of the weight of. Figgle and Fiddle can switch the weight from either one of them as they go, being on the same boar. Poor Perry or Terry, whichever one they're sitting upon, and it's already a lot darker than usual. Seemingly, you guys, Malachi and Figgle hadn't sort of really come to the idea of finding a place to rest until it was a little bit later in the day, and you're currently just out in a plains with there is just no trees or areas around you, but you either need to rest up or carry on. What are you guys going to do? It's already starting to get dark.
Definitely rest. Like, if night is starting to fall, then it's always more prudent to set up camp than to try and push onwards into the darkness unknown.
Especially
Build the
if you're
camp with
carrying
whatever
this-
small light you have.
Yeah. Especially if you're carrying this massive log. We can't carry on.
Yeah.
But there's nothing suitable here.
Hal just chimes in. I guess we'll have to just make do. I'm sure it'll be okay.
I've got a bunch of torches. Just make
Yes.
them into a fire.
I've got a blanket we can share if need be.
We have a bear skin to wrap ourselves under as well.
Don't shit.
It does have like bits of bear flesh.
Yeah.
And it's not. Yeah.
It's not treated.
Yeah.
I never said it would be pleasant.
You have a bedroll, Malachi, don't you?
No.
I have a bedroll.
What?
all the
I'm sorry, Mr. Rich People. You own bedrolls and sleep in houses.
Bedrolls are normal.
keep
Not
and
if you
keep in
sleep
mind
in
all
a
the
ruin.
all the short folk, you have your bedrolls are meant for
Yeah.
short people as well.
Yeah.
Howden
Did your
sort of walks over to you, Malachi. He's like, "Don't worry, you can use my blanket."
It's fine, Halden. I'm used to sleeping in the bushes. Sleeping in the stank bear meat is one step above bush, I would say.
Okay. And you guys can set up camp. I'm not going to switch scenes for this, just because we've been having issues with it. But are we going to go with the similar order as before, or is there anything people want to do particularly during this?
I'm fine. We're going in the same order. I'm not the best for doing watches.
Yeah,
Yes, that
same order's fine.
will be this order. But first, Malachi, can you
Yes.
roll a 1d6 for me, please?
I can indeed roll 1d6. No, that's 12d6.
Whoa!
I'm not even going to look at that. Just re-roll a 1d6.
Yeah, no dramas. Stupid cat made me mistype. I'm
You blame the
blaming the
cat.
cat on 1. Is this
Okay.
like our third 1 on a 1d6, by the way?
Yes.
I thought so. You are making me roll 12d6.
So,
Good.
Malachi,
Yes.
as you, how do you go about setting up to rest here?
Depending on how open we are, just see if we've got like shrapnel of like whatever wood we can find, stack it into a little fire pit, some rocks if we got that to surround it to create like a little windbreak. Just anywhere where people can pitch up tents. Otherwise, just out in the open.
You guys have no tents.
Yeah.
And in general, there's like some bushes and stuff, but they're all like fresh. It's all green, as it were. There's no like dead wood you can easily find around. Just going off the rolls you did for the travel checks and stuff. Like there is none. You can definitely carry on traveling and trying to find some stuff, but otherwise, it's going to be a very very bare minimal fire with some of the stuff you can find and using torches.
Yeah. How far away is those old carts, by the way?
Oh, that's like a good 3 hours back.
Oh yeah, fuck that. Yeah, it's just a case of just whatever small wood we have, just burn it, rip off the leaves so it's not overly smoky. And it's just small little fire, small little camp, out in the open.
Okay. So you guys sort of setting up
Are
this
we
camp.
already sleeping, or is this setup stage?
We're about to delve into this, so if there's anything you want to do before we go into the rests, let me know. Now.
Yeah, okay. One moment.
Okay.
Ooh.
I will,
That was pure
I'll
roll.
use my, short swords, and I'll like, cut the ends of the torches into stakes.
Okay.
I'm gonna use 5 torches and make like a perimeter, about, I don't know, 20 feet around the camp.
Yeah.
And hopefully that will,
Would-
instead of like all burning it, you know what I mean?
But just keep in mind they last for an hour.
Keep in mind that they last for an hour.
It might be more
Okay, I
prudent
don't do that.
to burn them
That's what I thought.
later in the
Instead-
night.
Let
Instead-
Figgle finish what he was saying first.
Instead, you hear. I can't make any because I don't have rope, but I will grind holes in stones ready for when I have rope.
Cool.
So I will make my 3 checks in whether I make the
Do-
holes in the stones.
Do you need some rope over there?
If you have some.
Yes, I have some rope. Of course I have rope. How much rope do you need?
I don't know. Give me 30 minutes.
And I will start to make them.
Okay.
It is a dexterity check, 10 or higher. Okay.
Yeah, not that hard.
1. Okay, nice.
Let's fucking go.
2. 1 fail. 3. Oh my fuck's sake! You've got to be joking.
I would say for having a 24 on them, and because I feel so bad that you rolled two natural 20s on these checks. Let me look at that feature, and let's give you a...
He's under trick shots.
Yeah. If anyone is wondering what this is a homebrewed subclass that Oscar and myself, mainly Oscar, have worked on, called a Sling Master. Trying to turn a very boring and shit weapon into something interesting. So... Oh, it's not under that. That's not what I'm looking for. It was under this one. So I'll say, if you specifically add into your ammunition the 2 whippet stones, which are then +1.
Okay.
We'll say that they were made so well and so efficiently that they will add a +1 onto that attack.
Nice.
Done.
And so just make note of that. And if you are borrowing that rope, make sure you let the person know that you're...
Yes, that's 10 foot of rope
Per stone or in total?
total.
Alright, I will drop that off.
Yeah, so just change it down to 40 foot of hemp rope. And Figgle, I'd probably say, I'd probably say that is then the last of your stones. So just keep that in mind. Doing a...
You mean for crafting whippet stones?
Yes.
Yeah.
For your general ammunition, you're fine. I'm on one today.
Animation is a studio.
Animation. All right. Cool. Good job. That's pretty sick.
I do have a question. How good is the dark vision that you have, Figgle? Is it something I would know?
So in general, dark vision, like, sure, you have 60 foot of dark vision, but past that, you're the same as anyone else. There are certain races and certain people, like people who, like, say, for example, dwarfs, they quite literally have better dark vision because they are actually, like, or any race who are predominantly underground and dealing with that, they have better dark vision, as it were. But for, like, you guys, like, it's 60 foot and then it's just darkness. It's still super fucking difficult for you guys to see. And even just within that dark vision, it's black and white. So at night, like, you do have, like, some.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Figgle's dark vision was anything less than 60 foot, or if it was just 60 foot.
Do you know have dark vision, actually? I think they do, right?
Depends if they're a deep gnome or the other one.
I think they just get it by default.
Do.
Yeah,
I'm not a deep gnome.
Yeah, I think so. Which I think is stupid. I hate dark vision. In the
Yeah,
default
don't
in the default way it's used, but in the way I will be using it is the fact, like, it's useful and you guys will get benefits from it, but it's not as crazy. It's not like a superpower, as it were. It'll definitely help.
Mans can't have his devil sight.
And no, yeah,
Tear
devil sight
rolls down face.
is not allowed. Actually, so even though I said it wasn't allowed in traditional ways, there are ways in which you could get something similar, but it may well be costly.
Anyway, that defeats the point of what I was going to bring up anyway, because knowing that he has similar dark vision capabilities to I, then it's irrelevant what I was going to go through.
Okay.
Go through.
All right. So, is there any other prep that you guys are going to do whilst getting ready for bed?
I just get my bedroll out and curl up with the pigs
Very nice.
for warmth.
Cool. So, if you could all use a ration as well.
need to use another one for the pigs, don't I, as well?
Yes, and if you hadn't done it the night before, they also needed a ration each.
Yeah,
Mine
well,
didn't
I'm out of
auto-use.
ration.
So if you get rations and it doesn't auto-use, make sure to get rid of it.
Yeah, make sure to just change
Yeah.
it manually because I don't think it's going to use it. I don't know if it auto consumes it for whatever reason.
It didn't for me.
It doesn't. It didn't for me, so I just quickly did it.
Yeah,
That's alright.
I'm out of rations now.
So you're fully out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fully out now.
Hal has 5 left. I think you're still
See
like
how-
pretty good.
Are you... Is Fiddle also using 2 a night? Because you're feeding the dog, aren't you, I assume?
Fiddle, have you been feeding the dog?
What did the RSP say? So what's going on?
Be useful for me to know for multiple reasons.
Um,
Of course, he's been feeding the
Y-
dog. That's all
feeding the
thinking
dog,
about
but the
that.
question is, how much is a dog being eaten?
It's a grown pup. It would eat at least the whole ration.
I mean, I had a whole bear last night. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There you go.
So you need to use
I guess
one
we'll
for
give him a.
this night. You wouldn't have had to use one the prior night because it would have just been able to eat bear meat. I'll allow that to be the case. But keep that in mind. For each pet you have, they also require a ration. If you somehow get some kind of wild fucking pet, which I kind of just hope you don't, because it'll be really horrible to kill it, then it might require specific food. But we'll get to that when we do. Yes, if you are maintaining and feeding it, that is fine. We'll continue on. It is at 8 o'clock, so I want to jump into a break very shortly. But first, let's... Actually, you know what? It's 8. Let's jump into a break, and we'll come back in 20 minutes with the rest of the long rest, rather, not short rest. So make sure, if you haven't, chuck a swallow and everything else, and we'll jump into a break, and we'll be back very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We love you, and we'll see you in a bit. All right,
20,
welcome back.
25 inches long.
Just trying to, just took a little. I'm not even going to show it on camera, but I've got a little bit of alcohol here that I was trying, and it is weird and interesting tasting. Akvavit. I think Freddie said norsk akvavit. It's a Norwegian drink. At least I think it is. Very weird. Closest thing I'd probably say is vodka, but it's just very weird. Anyway. Back onto the game we go. So we are going to be taking a long rest here. I would say if you want to try and set up the camp the best you can, we'll go away from just basing it off the rolls you did for the travel, and I'll allow you, if you want to make a survival check, one of you to try and you can be assisted to try and put together some formulation of a camp.
I shall assist. I've only got a +2.
I can do it. I've got a decent survival, but maybe feels better. Or Fiddle, one of you two.
I mean, it's
Not me. I was grinding stones.
Alright, I'll
it's
do
+3. How about that?
it. Same as yours, but I'll go for it, why not?
Go on.
Cool. Survival check with advantage. 19. So, I say with a 19, you're able to put together some bare minimum comforts that are gonna just save you from having to make constitution checks to see if you become if you gain a level of exhaustion from this night's rest. And obviously, just a reminder, we are using different rules for exhaustion. It's more similar to the 1D&D rules, where there's 10 levels of exhaustion, and it's +1, -1 to all rolls per level you get. And there's some additionals on top of that as well. If you want to find out more, it's on our Discord in the Homebrews channel. And for any players, it is in the conditions folder in the journals tab. You can find it there, exhaustion 2.0. But thanks to the successful roll, you guys are able to get some base comforts together, so no checks will be required. Thankfully, in part of that is because it is Bloomtide, and so the weather's decent. It is a bit moist underneath. Thankfully, those with better rolls are going to be fine on that front. Malachi, you will get a little bit wet, but
I have a stank bear rope. What are you on about?
You can definitely try and... I mean, that's literally wrapped around a log at the moment.
Please don't.
Are you going to unravel it?
I have a very comfy log to sleep on.
So you are... Okay, cool. Good to know. Hal's going to take the first watch. So let's get this underway and getting things moving so we can carry on with the session. He rolls shit. He's distracted, thinking about the foot, the Stankfoot, the damn Stankfoot. He has questions. He has thoughts. We'll hopefully hear from Hal, aka Luke, next week about that. He's not paying too much attention around you. Not really doing the best of jobs. But nonetheless, the night is actually uneventful. Next up, it is actually going to be Fiddle. You're next up. So Hal is going to wander over to you. Avoiding Otto, he's going to shake you awake gently, and Fiddle, it's your turn. I need to go rest.
Okay. Up at it.
I didn't notice anything. I think we should be fine here. We've got fairly clear views all around us, and he's gonna go back to go to sleep. Oh, actually, sorry. He needed to make that roll with disadvantage because he is human, and he has absolutely no dark vision. So yeah, 10.
I'd have given him a torch if he had no torches to do the watch with. I feel like I'd have put some out after I said I've got torches that we could use.
Yeah.
I don't think it gives him enough range though, right? The light that comes off a torch.
It gives, well, more than he has, which is nothing. He'd give 40-foot dim light, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 20-foot bright and then 20-foot
20
dim.
foot dim.
Let's make sure to use up that torch as well.
It.
And I'd say he uses up another one of his as well. So he has 2 left on that front. And now Fiddle, it is your go. If you can make a perception check, and if there's anything else you'd like to do during the night, then let me know. But otherwise, you are just taking a watch. Good to know.
I mean, I'm just trying to make things okay with Otto.
Just waking him up, trying to make things
Not
alright.
waking him up, but if he does wake up, I'll just like let him sniff my hand or toss him a little treat.
Okay. Make an animal handling check for me.
Little treato.
Ooh,
Oh.
He isn't.
throw the treat and it lands in his eye.
Yeah, you like throw it like this, like on the camera, like overhand, and it just smacks him straight in the eye, like this piece of jerky, and he like lets out a small groan. Eventually eats it. He's gonna fucking eat it. But you are continuing on your forever journey of trying to befriend Otto.
Yeah.
Cool. Your watch is uneventful. As far as you're concerned. Next up would be Malachi.
Let's go. Perception? Perception.
So, as you get woken up,
Perfect.
that's perfect, because as you are going to sleep, you're racked. Your brain is all over the place. You slip into dreams, but you're not sure if they're dreams. You're stressing over the idea of that giant's foot, but also the fact that you're heading back home in that direction. The path you've not traveled in many years. And you don't have to be properly shaken awake by Fiddle, because you are just straight up, like, go for your sword just appears in your hand at the ready. And you are just feeling incredibly stressed right now. Could you also roll a 1d4 to see how many stress points you technically lose during this long rest?
1d4. 3. Okay.
Nice, if you could remove them. And yes, you can take watch, but you are distracted. You see shadows moving in and around the edge, but you can't be certain if they're real or not. You are not in a stable place.
Is this the right path? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Coming back so soon without the job being done. Why won't you tell me, Somnia? Why won't you tell me if what I'm doing is right?
And everyone else, whilst you fall asleep and you also dream, your dreams are filled with nightmarish images of the shadow beings that you have interacted with in the previous week, 10 day. You don't suffer like Malachi, but it is not comfortable. And you remember something being drawn from you when you had made the wish. For those of you that don't remember, I specifically said you lost some dream essence. So that may well be coming up in around soon enough, but either way. Malachi, if you could add 1 point of exhaustion to your sheet, which will remain there into the next day, as the stress is overwhelming, and throughout this long rest, it's not quite restful enough, and you take a point of exhaustion, which is essentially the first time you've effectively had a issue with your dreamer's stress, as it were, with that 1 on the 1d6.
Too many questions, not enough answers.
Yeah, I think it fits in perfectly with everything, which is great. And so, obviously, you now, for the next day, you have -1 to all your d20 rolls, aside from death saves.
One can only hope that tomorrow is uneventful.
All right, your watch otherwise goes uneventful as far as you're concerned. You somehow get your bearings, and you need to go wake up Figgle for his watch. How do you do it in your stressed state?
I think I'll just kick his foot a little bit harder than normal, and just like sort of, instead of like chatting, just like slink off.
Did he have his sword in his hand?
Unless you got rid of it, Malachi.
No, I think it'll still be there, and it's just like, it's not quite fully solid. I think it'll just be like sort of still set. Yeah, it's like semi-formed and like just flaking off in like black ash, but still existing.
Okay. He doesn't say anything. I'll do my watch.
Cool. Roll a perception check for me. 19. Very nice.
22, baby.
You
Put the fear of summoner in him.
your dreams keep you restless, but it's exciting, you know? You're out and about. You're on an adventure. You're the furthest you've ever been. Maybe more relevant to the halfling of the group, but still, that reference will be made. And you can start to get ready to go. It's just uneventful. There is just rolling fields of green around you with small plots of bushes and a few other bits, but very just plain barren lands here. I say barren, it's not barren, it's lush with growth in this springtime and bloomtide. And yes, we will say that is the end of the long rest. Thanks to the successful survival check from Theo, you guys are able to sleep not comfortably, but well enough where you aren't going to have to make checks. Malachi, some of you may see that he seems a little bit more irritated than normal, but otherwise you guys are going to be good to set up and make a move for the rest of the day.
I imagine Theo through the night, his like sort of disturbed sleep is him laying between the two pigs, like kicking his legs like he's running, like the pigs are. The like legs going.
You kick one of the pigs and then they kick back at you and you wake up. Love it. So like slight squeal during the night. Al wakes up.
It's not the pigs.
No. Al wakes up, sorts himself out in regards to the day, and yeah, you guys can look to make your travel again. This will be day 3 of travel.
Should be day 4, I think. I thought you said day 3 last time, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think we're on day 4, so we should be pretty close to.
You are actually right. Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah. We're like,
so we sped
half
through.
a day out.
Yeah, we already did another one. That's fine.
And potentially a shortcut. We don't know.
Oh yeah, true.
Look, fuck you, Jonesy, man. Don't call me Ronnie Pickering. Nah. Love you, my dude. Alright, cool. So, let's get on into this. So, you guys have your roles. Your travel roles, as it were. You have your trailhand, your scout, and your quartermaster. Hal is going to be your quartermaster again, unless otherwise told to do something else. He did such a fine job at it last time, and only lost 5 rations.
Did you eat a ration for him last night?
Yes, I did. Thanks. He is down to 5. Because he had 6, and down to 5. So, if we could have a scout and trailhand rolls first.
I think I'll help the scout
Oh, my
today,
word.
whoever that is.
Tis I.
I will allow it, Mr. Slim.
It's just this is what he does. He just potters about and is like, "Oh, I'll come with you
Actually,
today, that's all right."
I would say you can't actually help him.
Oh, okay.
That's
First
also
roll-
not 34. I don't know why the fuck it said 34.
It's combined.
First roll is 17.
Yeah, so natural 17 plus 2 is 19. The reason why you can't help with the scout is because you are on the back of the pig. Specifically,
Okay, yeah, sure.
in this instance, I'll say because you're on the back of the pig and you've got the holding up the branch. I'll say in this instance you can't help with this. It's one of the disadvantages of carrying this branch. Whereas it doesn't affect your speed.
Look for berries, perhaps.
Yeah, you can roll a perception check for me.
Yes. Come on. You know, mouse wouldn't come over to this monitor. 1 second.
Just making that note for me so I don't have to keep it in mind.
14.
Cool, good to know. And then Taylor. Can you roll a 1d6 for me, please? Okay.
Roll a 1. Roll a 1.
Ones aren't something that trigger it on this. Maybe I have to come up with something different. But either way, no random encounter for this. I will roll the weather just to speed it on through. Don't worry, there's no like crazy weathers on this, unless...
I was about to say, it's like the UK, it's temperamental as fuck.
Yeah, so it continues to have like a light shower. So the moistness continues. But you guys are going to make a decent travel here. Oh, I didn't roll for how.
This fucking bear felt's gonna be sopping by the time we get there.
Luckily, with the way you wrapped it up, it's
Just the outer layer, that's what.
yeah, which is where it's perfectly fine. Oh my god. Damn.
It's gonna be a good day today. I can feel it.
Okay, alright. You don't find any berries, Theo.
That's okay.
Unfortunately. I hadn't switched music to this. My bad. Yeah, we'll just stick on this for now. Cool. So, you guys are making really good fucking headway. Specifically, Malachi, even in... Oh, that'd be a -1 as well. Remember.
Yeah, I took that into account.
Okay, so it would
I
be
normally have
18.
a +3.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
normally have a +3, so I did a +2 instead.
Oh, that might be why it's weird. Make sure just do it from your sheet.
Sure.
In future. Okay. That fumbled me. So with a 19, even with your disturbed state, as it were, you're able to keep an eye on things as you're going ahead. Make sure you're able to take some of the better tracks. If there's potential trees that are in the way that would stop your current brigade with like the branch sort of connecting you guys, you have to be a little bit more careful than you otherwise would, because you can't really sort of split off too easily, or if you do, it's a little bit more of a cumbersome situation. But you're able to help guide with the help of Figglebottom, who's able to overcome the issues that you give them the heads up on, and you don't spot anything up ahead that would be of potential danger to you. There's no like bandits or cougars or gorillas or some shit. You're able to keep your head held high, and you guys are making a really good fucking time. And Malachi, up ahead, you see and notice another path heading towards the God, my fucking... I need to look at my map.
Willow's Edge?
Heading towards Willow's Edge, so technically towards the west, meeting up, and it seems like it continues on over towards the east. It looks like you guys, like as you come up towards this, you guys can see that you're rejoining the path, seemingly potentially having saved yourself time. But it depends on which way you go. You could go back towards, go towards the east, or you can continue on over towards the west. It's up to you guys on that front. But you're joining back up with a slightly bigger path.
So it's going west towards Willow.
West.
W for Willows.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah. It was left on the map that guy drew for us as well, which I assume is correct to a compass. So west.
Yes, west.
Sure.
West.
Cool. So I'll just say,
Yes.
effectively, you knocked out a shit ton of time by doing that. So you will make it there without having the detriment of that 4 hours knocked off. You miss out on the chance of going to Emberstead, but you gain the chance of getting there by the end of the day. And even before then, you save multiple hours. And obviously, like, at estimated time, it's estimated time of delivery. So, what we will do is you guys are going to be coming up across Willow's Edge. So let me get ready for this. Is there anything you guys are going to be doing along this journey, or saying or doing? Or are you just going to be marching ahead?
I think I'm pretty like Malachi at this point is just going to be very to himself. With the events of last night, he's not going to be wanting really to be talking to anyone.
That's funny because what I was going to say is Theo's probably walking up alongside Malachi like, "Oh, what's this place like then? Tell us about it. You said you grew up here, didn't you? What's it going to be like? Are there shops? Is there any nice food? Will we be able to get some good food in town?" Like nudging him the whole while, just...
Just be like grumpily going, not from Willow's Edge, nearby. Food, I don't know, it's been 15 years. It's been 15 years.
Roll the history check for me, Malachi.
And just very curt and very, not exactly most forthcoming of information to you when you're interrogating him, I suppose.
So even with the
18.
Yeah, so 17.
Oh, that's without the -1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
fine.
17.
So yeah, just remember when you we can just do it like after the roll. That's fine. But you would never have gone into Willow's Edge, even though your memories are blurred from like that your young age. Like Willow's Edge was not a friendly place to you and your commune.
Yeah. To them, we were just the savages in the woods.
So it's up to you at how much of that you communicate, but that is like a flash of memory in you as you realize as you draw closer. A few hours into
very
the
much
travel.
of what's Willow's Edge like? Don't know. It's been 15 years. What's the food like? Don't know. It's been 15 years. Just very deadlining any line of inquiry that comes my way.
Okay.
I think after a while, Theo would just leave him alone.
You have an easier chance getting blood from stone.
Yeah, with your passive insight and being proficient in it, you can tell he's on edge to a point. How much so?
Yeah.
That's up to you to decide. But it's something that's definitely got his back up. Could be the bad sleep, but he's also just always sleeping bad in some regard. Cool. Anyone else for anything?
I'll whisper. I'll whisper to Fiddle.
When we get there, we should flog those berries. They're worth a lot, right?
Yeah, but I think I'll probably just keep them because they're going to be useful at some point. And the price is
Alright.
only always going to go up. It's not going to go down.
Well, I don't know about that, but okay. Let's find out how much one is worth. We have two. We can just ask.
Sure.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. If you guys could have some more banter for a bit, if you give me a moment.
I hope there's a fucking tannery at this place, otherwise we've been
was
carrying
thinking
this
that.
bear pelt for no reason.
Or a leathersmith, or a general
Yeah.
store.
Yeah,
There's
but
got
I
to be
don't think-
someone who wants it.
I'm not sure if we walk into a general store with a
Imagine it's just an empty
blood-dripping,
place.
stinking
Well, that's
fur.
the last option.
Well, no, it won't be blood dripping now. It's been raining for 2 days.
Just going to be water dripping.
Yeah, just
Oh,
sodden.
it was rolled up fine. We were quick as well.
Yeah, it was a good little shortcut, that path.
I think I can see it up ahead.
We'll
Good.
definitely be getting there today. as far as I know of Willow's Edge, they were mostly into grains. So tannery
What?
might be a
fisheries.
bit new.
Fisheries? Oh, fisheries, you see.
And don't they have the mysterious lake, and they don't want river, and they don't want people to know their fishing technique? Is that this place?
Yeah, so you remember discussing it. I can't remember who you discussed it with. I think it might have been Gareth. But essentially that they have like a decent amount of like they have a fairly successful like fishing business based or culture based around the local Dreamflow River.
Yes.
Which doesn't extend
Right.
like it doesn't like it starts after where Thistledale is. Like the river does flow near Thistledale, like through parts of the town, but it doesn't actually. The fish join in later on in its life cycle, and there are like mystical elements or like around it. Like there is always like rumors around different villages and their different cultures and different like certain things, especially out in the sticks like you guys are, where you're so far removed from each other.
Yeah, the Dreamsflow River wouldn't know anything about that.
For you,
Takes a big sip.
yeah. We'll come to the rest of it when it's necessary. But you guys are going to be making your way closer, and you can already see a pond that you're sort of traveling past. And this road does seem, or path, yeah, it's technically a road, is a little bit more worn. And you can see on the little pond, there's a couple of ducks, a couple of geese, and there's also these giant willow trees as well. The sort of first you're properly noticing as you're coming up towards a Willow's Edge, which isn't just willow trees, but you can see up ahead, which is that you've gone up a hill, and then down on the decline you can see now ahead of you is what seems to be like an expanse of trees and buildings, and also a wall that curves around. Then off towards the eastern side, it starts looking like it starts spreading out into a bit more of a marshland with sporadic trees and other parts. For you, Malachi, this would bring back flashbacks of that's essentially the direction and whereabouts you're from. There's a fairly big wall, wooden and stone wall, built up around a perimeter of the town. How good it is remains to be seen, but you can at least see it from this distance. And as you get closer, we will switch to this. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me know if you guys don't load in.
Worked for me.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, for me.
that gate looks like a face.
Starting to smell like home.
And oh,
There we go. We just lost it on the tab.
you just lost what?
I just lost Foundry in the many tabs I have open. Because I'm a hoarder.
Definitely a hoarder. All right, so you finally make it to civilization once again, but before you stands a wall. The part in front of you in particular is made out of stone and seems to stretch off into the distance, into the different trees. And there's no one here at all. There's no one at this gate, but it's seemingly left ajar.
Go forward and knock on the door. And, like, push it ajar while knocking.
Are you just going to walk forward?
I don't know. Is it supposed to be like this?
I mean, I'll stay at the back while he walks forward and knocks it up.
You get the idea that gate is and should usually be watched. And then you hear shouting. And then you hear music. And excitement. And on the right side you see a bow just leant against the gate, seemingly forgotten. And you can hear coming in from a set of buildings off in the distance, probably like a 5-minute walk. You can hear shouting and hollering in the distance.
It
And the
sounds
sound of
like
music.
there may be a festival or a party going on. But let's proceed with some caution.
Well, no, parties mean food, so let's go. And I'm
Yes.
like slapping the ball. Like,
But
getting ready to
dropping
go.
into a party uninvited might cause some issues.
Oh, you never been to one of these village fairs?
No.
Oh well, you'd like it. Lots of drinking and
Yes.
go.
But
What's
that
the
would mean that the people have to put up with the stanky one. Not many people were kind to me in Thistledale.
Maybe they got baths here.
You see someone approaching you from one of the buildings, waving their hand at you. Hello?
Hello.
You coming to party? I don't recognize you. As they get closer, there's just this auburn-haired, freckled halfling, very short.
Oh shit.
With seemingly a giant stein in their hand, taking swigs of it and like dancing around in a circle. And you can hear like an accordion playing in the background, some big drums being smacked as well, a flute being played, a violin being strung is the wrong word, but played to keep it simple. And they seem very joyous, and they walk up to you, Theo, like they run up to you, sort of stumbling, and they're like cheering. It's like, come on then! And they try to hook arms with you and do a spin around.
Theo 100% joins in immediately.
And he just hands you his stein, and he runs off. Oh, he goes to run off.
Wait, what's going on here?
Oh, haven't you heard? They're gone! We're celebrating! The Dreamweavers commune are gone! And then he just runs off.
The Dreamweavers what?
The Dreamweavers have gone.
The Dreamweavers commune.
Shit. Let's go find out what's going on. I don't know who the Dreamweavers are.
What?
What?
Is that your people?
Tell me everything, small person?
He's gone.
He ran off.
He ran off. And you see...
Alright, I'm just gonna
Oh,
beeline straight into the group, just ignoring everybody.
You let go of the log, so how's it?
Yeah. I'm just gone.
He takes the brunt of it. He's strong enough to slowly go forward. You guys can set it to the side if you so wish on this random path.
No,
You can carry
let's
it with
find
you.
the inn or the tavern
We
somewhere
need to sell it
stay tonight.
ASAP. Or store it.
We're not going to be able to, sell this while this.
Yeah, where can we
festival-
flog it?
Nobody's going to be working.
Surely we
Let's store it.
So you don't see... Oh, essentially you're walking towards what is essentially the village circle or square, as it were. And you just see ahead of you... Let me just remove that. Do this. You see lots of people just dancing around, partying. Halflings, humans, could be half elves as well. You don't know. Nothing particularly sticking out on that front. Just people celebrating, having a party, having good fun. And there is this stage in the center of this place that seemingly has been set up. And upon it sits and stands a group of what seem to be musicians. 5 musicians. Dressed from head to toe in fancy, darkened clothes. Silvered and golden jewelry across them, dancing around. Led by a large, muscular, dark-skinned orc leading the group. A smile on his face, cheering, and a large, fancy-looking wooden rod in one of his hands. He sort of twirls it around, dancing. He does a flip. And you're still like a decent distance away. And the musician sort of like calmed down a little bit. And the orc figure pulls up his the rod to his face and speaks. Seemingly the rod making his voice boom out louder. Right then, Willow's Edge. Ready for another? This one's about a place we've just been through. Sea Haven. And he twirls it around, lifts it to his face. Oh no, before he lifts it to his face, points at the accordion player. A very strange looking gnome. Very pale blue skin on them with seemingly markings across their face. Who seems to be feminine in nature, nods, and starts up a tune that starts slow, and then it's just like a sort of classic sea shanty style of music that sort of goes back and throw like a 1-2. And the orc lifts up the rod to his face, and you hear him go, "In Sea Haven streets where shadows play, whispers tell of a dark dismay. Through Heartland's cobbles, tales askew, as shanty rises, shadows grew. A ho-ho neath Sea Haven's moonlight night, dancing shadows in the eerie night. A sea shanty echoes decree, in Heartland, Eldoria, wild and free. Down arcane lanes where wizards tread, charmly weaves where the mischievous are led. Grins under the mystical moonbeam, a shanty's wail in a wizard's dream. A ho-ho through the mystic trance, spells in a rhythmic dance. A sea shanty's chorus by the quay, in Sea Haven, Eldoria, wild and free. From Sea Haven's harbour to Heartland shore, mischief's tales and eternal lore, a bounce between realms by the sea, in Sea Haven's embrace, where shadows flee. And the song continues, similar to like that, for a while, and people laughing and cheering, and you can see a small bonfire burning, and there seems to be a figure of a person, but you can tell it's a couple of bags sort of stuck together, burning on it, and a familiar looking symbol sat upon it, sort of burning and blazing above it, that you recognize, Malachi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do I recognize the effigy of anybody who I somewhat know?
Make a perception check.
With a -1, how do I do that?
Do it normally.
Can I just do a -1 on situational bonus?
Yep.
That's not good. 10.
Do another roll because it would be at disadvantage.
A disadvantage?
Yes,
Ooh.
you are seemingly overwhelmed. You don't see anything apart from that
3.
effigy. That symbol is a symbol of your people, or your old people who used to be yours, and it's seemingly being celebrated, being burnt.
I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast it away from the fire. The symbol, not the effigy.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Just.
How far away are we from Malachi right now?
You're right next to him.
He
see
ran
him
off ahead.
panicking.
Oh,
No,
okay.
No, I
you
thought
went
no,
ahead
you all went in, didn't you?
Yeah, we did, but...
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, he is like a good 10, 15 feet ahead of you.
I mean, Hal's carrying a log by himself at the front, so I think we're a bit slower.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes. Smacks and just explodes the symbol. It is just made of wood. It is just shattered, and there's a loud cheer. Woo! Yeah! What the? And there's like a few like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
And
I just want to.
Fuck the commune.
I just want to grab a person next to me who goes that, and just be like, "What do you know? Tell me everything."
Just a blonde-haired human, just looking very concerned. She's like, they're gone. The Dreamweaver's commune. I don't recognize you from here. But the folk have been plaguing our village for the last, feels like forever. since before I was born. And you see, like, she is looking fairly young, but fairly tall for her age. Maybe 14.
How do you know they're gone?
The whole place is just gone. Everything is gone. Alara said that they're gone.
Gone how? Gone or disappeared entirely? Dead?
We don't know. It's the most marvelous thing. They've just disappeared. It's almost like they don't exist. It's they're not there.
Who said they're gone?
Oh, and she points towards an individual who is just a bit further away. Alara. She's over there.
Yeah, I make sure I know who Alara is and just basically just cast this person aside and just walk off straight to Alara.
They stumble back onto their hands. There's a couple like, "Oi! What are you doing? Be careful!" And they like start picking her up. And the rest of you see this as you're walking in, and you just see Malachi storm off towards this individual who is seemingly just sat nearby, just drinking and having a drink out of a horn.
Yeah, I do not look fully. What's the right word? With it right now?
If I may, Tom.
Yeah, what?
I think Hal would be with Malachi in this situation, and
Well,
we
he
would
took
just
the
have
weight.
to- Yeah, I mean the three of us are gonna have to. Fiddle's gonna have to. Yeah, three of us are gonna have to carry it now.
Okay.
How's that? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know. How's always with Malachi, looks after him.
Yeah.
that
I
thing.
mean, you're right. Yeah, How would just like put it to the floor and walk straight off, straight after Malachi, running after him. And before you get to her, I would say at this point he definitely has caught up with you, Malachi, and like puts a hand on your shoulders, like, Malachi, you need to. What's going on?
I need to know.
You're acting even more irrational than usual. You just pushed that poor girl over.
Yes, and I need to know.
Need to know what?
What happened?
Okay, well, if we take a moment to think and talk, perhaps we could find that out.
Yes, we will, by speaking to Ilaria.
Sure, who is she?
That one. And I point straight at her.
It's this fairly
Like-
old human woman with grey hair, quite a big nose, prominent nose, and dark brown eyes, who just has a grin across her face. Or smile, not a grin, a smile.
Yeah, did she notice that I'm pointing directly at her?
No.
Good, because I'm just gonna straight ahead.
Hal walks with you. It's not going to stop you, but he's there. Trying to calm you to some sense. This is the name, by the way, Alara.
Got it.
As you get closer, she turns like, "Oh, hello. Do you want a pint? I could get one for you if you so wish. You must be new in town. You here to celebrate too?"
No, I'm here for info. And you're gonna give it to me.
Oh, now that's quite demanding of you.
Yes, it is. And you're still going to yield to my request.
That's quite the aggressive tone you've got on you. And how he's going to put a hand on your shoulder. Come on, Malachi. Manners.
No. You say the commune is gone.
Yeah,
You say-
they're gone.
Gone how? Gone where?
We don't know. We hadn't noticed them bothering us in a couple of days, so we sent a couple of people to check if they're okay. We're not exactly see eye to eye. They've been a big bother for us for the last 15 years or so, but we make do. And they're not there. They're gone. The houses were empty. Just seemingly no there was no blood, there was no anything. So we just assumed they've
No
moved on.
bodies.
No, we didn't find anything. There was no we didn't see any dark or horrible things that seem to have happened there, so we're celebrating that we're seemingly free of the Dreamweavers commune, because they have been a plague on us in a lot of ways, affected our fishing and our culture, and honestly just been bothers in multiple ways, including trying to kidnap a couple of people over the years, not being the best neighbours. And at this point, the rest of you, are you going to be heading on over? You've you're in the square. There's a lot of people around.
We're
I think, are we looking for like an inn or somewhere that we can go
Yeah.
and drop the stuff off?
So
We need to find a tavern.
what comes from a bunch of people disappearing is the party a potential genocide.
I mean, it didn't seem like there was any death involved. We just assumed that they've moved on, decided to go
Yes.
somewhere else.
Because a commune of religious peoples would definitely leave their holy sites without bloodshed, wouldn't they? Are you sure you saw everything?
I mean, I was not the
Are
first.
you sure?
I'm not the first one there, but we saw everything that we knew of.
And that was nothing.
There was nothing there.
Empty homes.
Yes. We've not taken anything. We're leaving them as is, and we'll put up notices in after the celebrations ended in probably a week or so. Notices of asking if everything's okay, and if they've not responded in some kind in the next month or so, we may well look to start reclaiming some of our territory, which they rightfully stole from the village many years ago.
I know for a fact they had those lands way before you.
We've been here for 235 years, I think you'll find.
Oh, diddums.
Hmm.
Anyway,
You're being a bit of a sourpuss, you are.
yes, I wonder why an entire civilization of people
How do you know them?
being genocide.
How do you know of
How
them?
do you-
Why does this seem to bother you so much?
Because someone as well-travelled as I tends to know about certain things. Do you even know what's going on in Thistledale right now?
No, I mean, I have no idea. We haven't heard any word or anything new yet.
Exactly. No word, nothing new. The entire village has been encapsulated in a dome of some sorts, where everything outside of it just dies. But here you are, having a party on death.
I think you'll find we're not celebrating death. That
Really?
sounds most disturbing about Thistledale. Do you know what
Because
caused it?
from what I see, is you're having a party on the death of a commune.
I mean, we have
You're useless to me. I just turn off and walk away.
Hal just sort of apologetically just says sorry to her. I don't know what's gotten over him. He can be quite wild, but I'm not sure what's gone into him. Nice to meet you. And she offers her hand out to him. It's like, my name's Lara, by the way. I'm the head of the town, as it were, for now, in some form. And Hal turns around and walks back with Malachi. Meanwhile, the rest of you, as you see, you don't see that. But in the square, you can see. Pull up my notes for this place. You can see a. I don't see the name of it. Oh. You see a sign above one of the the biggest building in that picture, essentially, sort of swinging. You can see just a giant thorn curled over, just a thorn bent over, and underneath it just has rest. And as you get closer to it, to this building, you can see there's also a field sort of in the background of it. Thornfield's Rest. Seems like some kind of inn, if any of these buildings do. The rest look like homes of some sort. There's no real official businesses that you can really see, but it's a small village.
Shall we go and have a look in here?
You do the talking. Me
It's-
and Fiddle will stay here.
Alright, okay.
And out front there is a set of like a big table with just like a barrel of like mead and stuff being served by people. It seems like they've seemingly moved out of their building, which is already so close to the party, but they've moved even closer. At least one of the options. It's kind of like those times that if you've been to any kind of village fetes that the pubs will have like their inside bar and outside bar, or like some of them have that I've been to anyway. And it's just busy with people sort of back and forth, the drinks being poured. You can see a fairly tall human male behind this outside sort of like table bar area with long grey hair that goes down to his shoulders, fairly big features, fairly large ears that stick out of his hair. Probably a good like 6.5 foot tall. And he's just bending over, pouring drinks.
I finish whatever's in the cup that guy gave me, firstly.
Yep.
And then I get into, I guess, sort of this queue that's making their way up to get served by him.
Yeah, it's like 2 people. And he's fairly efficient. He's like back and forth. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And waves them off. And then you come up, it's like, oh, new folk. Who are you?
Hello, greetings. My name's Theo. I'm here traveling from Thistledale with my friends.
There's just a giant grin across his face. Another person. Is that spelled with a T?
Yeah.
My name's Thaddeus Thornfield.
Oh.
My
Nice.
name's begins with a T too.
Yeah. Listen,
Mead?
Thaddeus. Yeah. Hold out the
Just
cup.
pause your drink.
Do you have rooms here?
Yeah, we do. Are you looking to stay in town? In town?
Yeah, I think we'd be looking at least to stay tonight.
Sure.
Is that something that we could do?
Yeah. I'll
There's
tell you.
5 of us, 2 pigs and a
Oh.
dog.
Oh, pigs. You got somebody
Yeah,
like
they're
looks
very
behind
clean
you.
animals.
Just sees Perry and Terry sort of nudging each other with probably a halfling on each of them. So- oh, are you off to Sea Haven with them? Are you?
Yeah, that's right. I've heard they've got a racing circuit down there.
Oh, I've always wanted to be, but we don't have any balls of pigs here.
No, you're too big to be a pig jockey anyway. Sorry.
He just looks sad. That's what my dad always said.
Yeah.
He
Well,
said, you've got to be as short as
you know.
me. My dad was a halfling like you.
Oh yeah. What was your mum, if you don't mind me asking?
I never met her.
Oh. All right.
He
I'm
just takes a massive
imagining.
swig of the mead. Woo! Tell you what. If you're just staying the night, then the one night, stay for free. We've got a couple of rooms. Nothing fancy, like Sea Haven.
Oh, that's fine. We slept outside last night, so
Oh, fair
we'll
enough.
take it.
I do that occasionally just to feel, back at grips with nature.
Oh yeah, me too. I sleep with the pigs.
Oh. You like things for a moment. Is that good?
Well, they seem to like it.
Fair enough. I can show you to the rooms now. You've seemingly got some luggage of some sort.
Yeah. We've got a big fur. Is there anywhere? While I've got you, is there anywhere in town where we could potentially sell some furs?
Oh,
A leathersmith or a tannery or?
scratch his head. Matilda would probably be your best bet for that one. Matilda Stonesmith. There are, blacksmith. She does a good job at what she does. She maybe make use of it. I mean, it looks huge. What is it?
Well, it was a bear.
A bear? A fucking
Yeah.
bear?
Yeah, 3 of them actually.
3?
Yeah.
It wasn't the 3 bears of no.
Oh, I've heard about them, but no, I don't think so.
Those were good folk. They were. No. Those are my best friends. What Dave, Jerry, and Joseph. Oh, that's That's mightily scary. Did someone else kill it?
What do you mean?
Wait, you're not... Did you kill it yourself?
No, it killed it between the 5 of us, yeah. And the
Oh.
boars and the dog. The dog didn't really do much, but the boars helped.
It's an odd-looking dog, that is.
Yeah, well, he's big for his age, that's what they say about him.
One of those... Where did you say you were from?
Big dogs. Yeah, Thistledale, we breed them really large dogs in Thistledale.
Oh, I didn't know you guys liked dogs. I thought it was more boars and sheep and cattle.
Yeah, well, you need to have the dogs to round up the sheep and the cattle and that, so...
That's good thinking, that is. That's why you guys do that work and we do our work.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't tell you how to catch a fish, would I?
No.
Speaking of, do you do food?
Yes, yeah, we do. Yeah, we've got a bunch of fish stews and everything else. To be fair, there's plenty of free food and drinks around today, so just help yourself. But tomorrow onwards, chucking some money, or not really from the village, so it might be useful to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we'll pay from tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, if you're also looking to travel, we also do some fishy rations. Perishable and non-perishable, depends on what you're after. If you're looking to travel far. Yeah, come back and see me when you're done. I need to serve the guy behind you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I apologize to the guy behind me, and I go and start leading the pigs into the room. Theo, on learning this information, I think his plan for the rest of the day is tell the gnomes about Matilda's and go and eat as much and drink as much free booze and free food as he possibly can while this celebration's going on.
Very
the guy
nice.
said there's plenty free food around, so that's all Theo's thinking about is eating and drinking.
Yeah, and
Do you go over? Sorry.
Go on.
Do you go over to us?
Yeah, I come over to you and I start leading you in with the pigs and tell you about Matilda's.
So where is Matilda's?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't actually ask him that.
Go ask him!
No, she's probably not open today anyway.
Well, ask him. Where can we store it?
I'll just keep it in the room.
I hope they're big. Is it upstairs?
No, down here he said, I think. Ground floor, did he say? Or
Yeah,
first
ground floor, back left. He gave you
Okay.
direction.
That's handy.
This building doesn't have an upstairs,
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
aside from a loft. Malachi, where were you heading when you stormed off? Just back to the group?
Just the direct opposite direction from her. Just
That was back to the group.
walk up, and then just 180 the other way.
Okay. Yeah, so you head back towards the group, and Hal tries to sort of guide you towards the group.
He bumps into that woman again just as they get her up off the floor and knocks her back over.
Oh yeah, 100%. Not even caring.
14-year-old
Just
girl.
like,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
just straight up, just like people in my way are just not in my way anymore.
Hal is going to do his best to try and navigate this situation. So he
And
will make a...
It is very
Acrobatics.
obvious to anybody who looks that Malachi is not happy. He is not a happy chappy.
Isn't it so funny when he comes back?
Oh.
Theo's engorging himself on a turkey leg and 3 steins of beer. This is great. This is.
Yeah, and I'm one bad comment well from Eldritch blasting anybody.
Yeah, you do hit into the same girl again, and she goes flying, and she lets out a whimper. Are you properly just smacking into her, or someone who's in your path? Or...
I mean, I don't care who's in the way. I'm just going.
Roll the athletics check for me.
It's not gonna work. I'm terrible at athletics.
The 14-year-old girl is made of stone.
Yeah. Athletics, be in at 20 for me, baby, please. I will.
Why would you want that?
-1.
She's big for her age because she's a fucking half giant. She just flattens him.
12. 13.
Okay. You send her flying, and she just lets out a scream. And the music just stops for a moment. Can you make a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
Ooh. Yeah, I can.
You fail.
Dirty 20.
Your body goes stiff as after you
I failed a
smacked her.
dirty 20?
Yeah.
Damn.
Your whole body goes stiff as the rest of you turn as you hear the scream of like the girl getting sent flying, and Malachi just going to charge, like just, and then he moves forward, like step forward, and just stops there. And the rest of you see is the orcish man had stopped singing and swung up his rod, pointing it at Malachi, shouts out a set of words, and Malachi just freezes in place as this almost net just flies from the end of the rod, just like very much like you can tell is magic, flies around, wraps around Malachi, and just like shimmers for a moment, and you're currently held in place. And there's just a shout. Oh, now what was that for? You need to say sorry to the young lady.
No, you need to fuck off and mind your business.
You tried to speak, but you can't speak. You're held in place. And then
I will stare daggers at this person.
you can't move your eyes. You are just directly looking forward. You can hear it, but you can't react. And now, I'm gonna let you go. And say sorry, like a good lad. And then you shove forward and you fall and stumble to the ground. Dust across your arms.
Yeah.
Go on then, stranger. Say sorry
Fuck
to her.
off.
That's not very nice.
I'm not in a good mood.
Oh, I see. He's not in a good mood, lads and ladettes. And the violinist is going to sort of do a front flip whilst playing the instrument off the stage. And as she lands, there is just a shimmer of music that blasts out towards you. Can you... Let me double check on this. How much HP do you have?
24.
As you say, fuck off, and this individual who seems half-elven has slick back silver hair tied and shaven on one side of her head. No smile, nothing, no speech whatsoever. Does a flip forward, lands, and these notes of music shunt forward and just slam into Malachi, and he's just curling through the air, and as he's curling through the air, you just see his eyes shut, and you're fast asleep. You've
Can't be put to sleep.
you can't be put to sleep
Right.
magically.
Half elves can't, right?
Cool. If half elves can't, then you can't be put
That
to
is the
sleep.
thing, isn't it?
Should
let me
say
just
in your attributes.
Let me just double check that. I thought they were immune to sleep effects.
I think that is only actual elves, but I'm more than happy to be wrong.
Probably to cause more problems if you are immune to sleep.
They wouldn't have done that if that was the case.
Fey ancestry. You have advantages on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep.
Okay, then they wouldn't have done that. And instead, where is it? Here. can you make, with advantage, a charisma save and throw?
I can indeed.
And keep in mind you also have a negative one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow, that's terrible.
Just gonna
Okay.
stop my drink up.
With advantage, we got a 14.
Cool. Yeah, you fail. You are calmed from calm emotions. And everyone around you is also calm emotions. I'm not even going to make rolls to them because they likely can't make it. But the girl screaming sort of calms down. But your feelings of anger, annoyance, frustration, confusion are currently suppressed. Not permanently, but they are suppressed.
I'm not sure you can fully suppress the very thought that this community is celebrating the genocide of your family and everybody you've ever loved.
But the feeling of the anger of that is suppressed magically.
So it's just a little bit numbed away from that.
But it's completely numb. You're completely numb of like emotions. You are just straight thinking. You're currently. What were you going to say though, Figgle?
So this is enchantment magic, right? This is frowned upon.
Yes.
Magically changing someone's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to check.
Yeah. No. This is. Frowned
So
upon indeed.
Instead of
very naughty.
letting me be on my way, you instead enchant my emotions, try to drag me into this somewhat facade. All I can say is, good day to you, sirs, and Misty step 30 foot away.
Okay. Yeah. They allow you to misty step away.
I don't want to be anywhere near them.
Okay. You hear, even like, you sort of go behind one of the buildings, disappear off from view, and wander off. But you hear the boom from the rod. Don't worry, lads. I'm sure he's just emotionally charged at the moment. We'll keep an eye on things. I'm sure he's fine. Anyway, where were we? And they explode back up into another round of music. The rest of you sort of left there. How is like scanning around, looking. So let me roll. Make sure I do it publicly. No idea where Malachi's gone. Knows he's used magic to move around, but like just cannot see him for the life of him. And just walks over to you. He's like, I don't know what's gotten into him.
Yeah, he didn't seem like himself on the way here. Do you think that this commune they're talking about, that's... He said he wasn't from here, he was from near here.
He like,
That's
looks
probably
around.
what he's talking about.
I don't think we should talk about it here.
No. Yeah, probably keep that to ourselves.
Yeah. And people would just sort of got back into the rhythm of things. Malachi...
Mead?
We'll come back to you, Malachi, in a moment. But the rest of you, what are you doing?
Is the room big enough
I've said my bit.
to house this log with the skin on it?
Yeah, Hal's just been standing there with the log the whole time.
Well, no, because
No,
he left
me and you have been standing there.
You and the boars have been sort of like kind of pulling it along.
half or quarter speed.
Yeah, how helps pick it up, and you're able to easily move it with inside. It's not like a crazy big log, but for you guys it is. It's like triple your normal, like your actual size, I imagine, or double at least. And you're able to get it inside, and you can definitely get it in one of the room you guys have been given, which is kind of big enough to fit the 5 of you. It's not going to be the most comfortable situation to be in, but it's definitely something. And better than nothing, and better than the night before. Theo, Slim, we can hear you breathing at the moment, just FYI.
It's alright.
which I'm glad to hear, but maybe not in my ears. But yes, there's enough room in there.
So, what does Matilda look like, Theo? I'll go speak to her now.
Here, ask this guy outside, my friend Thaddeus. He's the one pouring the drinks. He told me about her. I don't know.
All right.
I'll go speak to Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus?
not
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
How's this spelled? Can you?
Why would
T-H-A-D.
anyone ever call themselves Thaddeus?
I know, it sounds
That's
awfully
pretty.
similar.
Just for everyone at home, that is his character in my other campaign. But no, his name is Thaddeus, so I will spell it out in...
His name is Thaddeus.
Is Thaddeus? No.
It's D.
Thaddeus. Okay.
Thad.
Yeah.
It's Daddy Thad.
Thaddeus. I like look up really high.
Hello. Oh, you're a short one. You're like one of those... Hey. How can I help?
My friend spoke to you, but he didn't ask where Matilda's blacksmith is or what she looks like. He wants to celebrate.
Is Theo just like wandering off now, eating food in the background?
He's probably stood like on this front area balcony bit, just like draining a mead and fucking munching on whatever he could find, bread or dried fish or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of good food. There are some sweet things, sort of sweetened with honey and other parts, like other substances as well. Like it is just a good time.
Yeah.
And you can intermingle, and like this is definitely like, well, you tell me, is this something where like you feel like Theo would feel naturally at home?
Theo's looking for anyone who has a deck of cards, and he's gonna go and try and make a bit of coin while he's here too.
Sure.
I
I say in the
think that's-
distance you're able to have a look and find someone. We'll
Yeah.
come back to that moment. For you, Figgle, Thaddeus, like, oh yeah, he seems to fit in quite well here. Seems like he's off drinking already. Love it. And he's like pouring someone else a mead. You said where Matilda's is?
Yeah, where she is now, what she looks like.
Oh, so Matilda is she's just, I mean, I don't think I've ever really had to describe to people, but she's a black-haired woman, human in nature, and her building's actually just over there, not behind me. It's, like you can see him like struggling to put like direction together.
Right.
It's like across the way, down the path. I would say normally wait for and hear any clanging, but she's probably partying at the moment. I imagine she'll be working in the morning, and then she does a partying. But so if you want to speak to her, all business, like probably tomorrow is the best time.
Can you give me 2 meads? Thank you.
Sure. He hands you 2 fairly human-sized
Yep.
meads.
Normal ones.
Normal ones.
I'm gonna
The
walk
fucking
off into the
Stein is
crowds and
probably-
look for Matilda.
The Stein is probably the size of a gnome. Like the size of the actual glasses.
It's definitely like the size of my head.
Yeah, it's
I'm a short gnome. I'm exactly 4 foot, I think.
yeah. Stein is like 2 foot. Like a proper Stein anyway.
Oh wait, no, I'm 2 foot. It is the size of me. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
like
There we go. I'm like
3 foot or something. I mean.
But he wouldn't give you a Stein, but he would have
Okay,
given
Anyway.
you a big what's the word that begins with T?
tankard.
Tankard.
Tankard. There you
Good.
go. And you can walk
I have
off
a
with 2 of
tankard.
them.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I've
disappear
got
into
as
the
well.
crowds and look for her.
Okay, make a perception check for me. As you look for a black-haired individual.
Oh, so close to 20, but I'll take a 17.
It's starting to get dark here. It's into the evening, and the fire is sort of reset, sort of refixed up. The effigy like symbol isn't put back up. They don't care enough for that, seemingly, and it's gonna take you a decent amount of time. Like you go up to one individual, you walk up to them, and like they've got black hair,
But they're not human.
but they're halfling.
Yeah.
And you realise there's actually quite a few people here with black hair.
Yeah.
So it's sort of intermingling, meeting and greeting people, trying to find Matilda. You find a Matilda, but it's not the Matilda you're looking for. And then you change it to you're looking for Matilda Stonesmith. And you eventually get pointed to an individual who is sort of standing off to the side, having a drink, but they don't seem to be like partying. They just seem to be chill and enjoying at this point in time. And you walk up to her and it's like, Matilda Stonesmith? Yes, that's me.
Hello.
I put one tankard on. Is she on like a bench? Did you say like an outdoor table?
Yeah, it's just
bench
sitting
thing?
on a bench, leaning up against the building.
Yeah, I'll put one tankard down and the other side. Is she with anyone else or just alone at the moment?
She's just alone, seemingly people watching.
Cool.
Hello. My name's Figglebottom.
Nice
I'm from Thistledale.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. What? Pretty interesting you're doing here. That's good to know. How's Gruff doing?
Graf.
He's the blacksmith in Thistledale. Gruff Stoneforge owns the
I feel like
iron
there's a
anvil.
graph in the other campaign. I got so confused.
There is.
Yeah, Graf is good. He made me this.
And I put out the tool, the stone grinding tool.
Oh, I see. What's that for?
Well, I use it to make these.
And I pull out a whippet stone +1.
She looks like, oh, it's fairly fine toolmanship given the probably restrictions you've had. What's it for?
So I'm a ranger, and I use a sling to hunt. And sometimes, if there's a bigger animal, I'll use this to tangle their legs and stuff.
Oh, that's quite interesting. So you're here from Thistledale. Are you here alone?
No, there's some others, but I think they're enjoying the festivities.
Oh. I mean, I see you are too, and she takes the tankard, lifts it up, smells it, and I don't actually drink, but thank you.
Oh, that's okay.
More for you.
So, yeah, I guess. Last time was interesting. It doesn't take me much to get drunk.
I suppose not.
Anyway, where's your shop? Your blacksmith. Because Thaddeus wasn't very good at showing me.
Yeah, he's not very good at directions. Don't ask him for any. You might get lost. I'm just down here in the back streets, a little bit further away from the tavern, as to not wake people too early with my noises.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, tomorrow I have something that might be interesting to you. I'll bring it round.
Sure, go for it. I'll be up fairly nice and early, around 6 a.m. I don't start clanging until probably a good 7:30. Don't want to be mean or anything.
That's very respectful.
Although maybe I'll push it an extra half an hour, given the state of some of the people here.
True.
The band are really seemingly getting people partying. It's quite good to see, to be honest. Quite enjoy them.
Is there a lot of parties here usually, or is it?
No, not particularly. We maybe have, well, we used to have one that was similar to this level, but I kind of stopped when the commune came in nearby. It was our yearly ritual, which I suppose you probably wouldn't know, but it was our ritual of the Dreamcatcher's voyage. We used to hold it yearly. It was wonderful.
What did you do? Why? What was that about?
Oh, it was during the height of the sort of fishing season. We would essentially gather on the banks of the Dreamflows River to perform a sacred ritual. Our Dreamcatcher's voyage. Essentially, it's been around for hundreds of years. Apparently, it comes from like an item we had, which was a celestial dreamcatcher that was chucked into the river, which actually caused and named the river itself the Dreamflow. So now we celebrate it by making our own dream catchers and put them in there. And the elders of our town used to do rituals which were magically enchanted to try and help with our fishing season, and as a thanks. And we'd see the actual effects and stuff as well. And it was one of the reasons why our jewelry used to sell so well, but now it's not so good. But that's partly why it's such a big celebration, is because now the communion is gone. We could actually hopefully do another one of the ritual if we remember how.
That's super interesting. So it goes back hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So was this commune stopping you or something?
Yeah, they would have their own rituals and stuff, and it was messing with the state of and flux of the dreams and people around here, and we weren't quite able to connect in with our ancestors properly. It's quite sad, to be honest. We never did anything wrong to them, but they seemingly came in and we tried welcoming them, and well, a few people went back with them thinking they were maybe the right direction, and they would occasionally be stealing from us as well, food. Even though we offered potentially some for free, we had to have our limitations, which is why we built our wall. They're not good people.
I'm sorry to hear that. That doesn't sound nice.
No, but they're gone now. Hopefully they've moved on somewhere else, and then going to be happy, fine, and not hurting other people.
So do you think this land is magical? If there's two rituals and two peoples here?
I think definitely we see it quite often, actually. I've got this, and she pulls a very intricate looking necklace from beneath her tunic. I've actually got.
Wow.
Huh?
I was going to ask something about jewelry soon, because you mentioned they used to be known for their jewelry. I was about to ask.
As that thought crosses Figgle's mind,
Yeah.
necklace is pulled up. I've got this, actually. It's we call it the whisper of the wither, and it's this the necklace consists of a simple woven cord adorned with a small fishbone charm, multiple of bones crisscrossing in multiple different directions, and a small 2 different fish heads sort of hanging off it. It allowed me to kind of speak to the spirits in some way and gain some insights, so when I'm making some tools and such, it can help me.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
Yes, if you get a chance, speak to Marielle. I imagine she might be looking to actually sell them. We've been kind of restrictive on giving them to outsiders, but if we're able to do the ritual again, then I'm sure we'd be more open.
Who's Marielle? She's a jeweler?
She's I don't know if she'd like this, but a master artisan. I think that's the right word. Marielle Riversong. She's quite the hand at this. She's also a gnome like you. Not that you know everyone. Don't mean it like that.
No, it's fine. Where's her place?
Oh, it's down by the river actually. Down by the river.
I think they played that at Thistledale once.
It's a really good tune. The band don't tend to want to play it anymore. We kind of got them annoyed. Apparently, it would go against their like potential copyright and stuff.
Yeah, I never understood all that.
I don't even. It's all a whole load of jargon to me. But she's got a fairly nice place. She's also got this really nice fountain that's outside and has these very strange bubbles. I used to go there as a kid.
Does it do anything?
Bubbles.
Okay.
She just
Well-
smiles.
It was nice talking to you.
You too. I'm excited to see what the surprise is tomorrow.
I'm glad.
And then I run off with the tank. Well, I skitter off with the tankards.
Yeah, sort of like bobbing side to side because of how
Yeah.
big they are.
Yeah.
Your size. Why the fuck did I choose that voice for her? This is going to be the most fucking infuriating
Whisper of the
shit.
River was
Whisper of the river. I
unbelievable.
literally, I was fucking
Oh
crying.
my
I
God.
like that's a set thing as well. And
Canon event.
canon event with
That was so
with
funny.
uh,
Oh my God.
So, what we will then say is you're running back, Mr. Theo. You're looking to try and play cards.
Yep.
Roll a yeah, you know what? Roll a perception check.
Okay. Excuse me. That's the mead gun.
Oh,
Oh,
my word.
there it is.
Total training one.
I got spot a game of cards from a mile away.
So the problem is, you spot some people playing some games. There's also a lot of partying going on. So being able to just beeline there, I think we need to roll a concentration check to see if you can actually get from where you are to where you've spotted this game of cards, whatever it may be. So if you could roll a... This would be...
Oh. This would be a Constitution
Constitution ability check.
It would actually be a... Yeah, it would actually be a wisdom focused, like
Wisdom, okay.
flavored concentration one. So instead of a +2, it's a +1. So it's a 15, which is really fucking good with everything. I was hoping you'd have a bad one on this front, but
No.
even with the distractions of eating, sort of diving around, you're like dancing around, doing like moves and stuff with your arms, like clicking your fingers, having drinks here and there, making your way over. Someone offers you a pipe, in which like some random person offers you a pipe. Do you take it?
Yeah. I feel like Theo's minesweeping as well, you know, if his tankard's like half empty, he feels a more full one on the side, he's picking that up instead and just like moving away with that.
Is Theo a dancer as well? I mean, I just...
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I was dancing with Figgle when he was drunk on the table.
Yes. I just imagine you be like slow moving, like classy, sort of like intermingling, like just slow motion going around, like minesweeping. Someone hands you a pipe, you take it in one, puff it. It's gnome leaf. Which
hell yeah.
one of our players will recognize from another game. It's weed.
Yeah.
And yeah. Do you think Theo would have smoked weed before? Or gnome leaf, I should say.
Probably.
So it's just all round good vibes, aside from that weird interaction you're now trying to forget about of Malachi going off on one. Like, what the fuck is like up with that? And you make your way over, and there's a couple of people playing. I'm just gonna say cards because if I can't say anything else,
Free Dragon Ante.
So I can't remember where the fucking card games I came up with are. And I can't remember how to play through... what is it called again?
Just play blackjack.
Yeah, just
Oh,
play
blackjack's easy.
Yeah.
Freeman.
Do some banter for a moment.
I mean, am I there?
I feel like
The Malachi...
Well, where did you
aside
go?
from Malachi, we'll come back to Malachi in a moment. Everyone else do some banter. Ooh,
I have a feeling that Theo got gnome leaf off Fiddle, because that's something that Fiddle would probably be doing.
Well, that's where I've had it before.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on a village.
Well, in your herbalist shop, right?
Yeah,
I'm
the
sure
village
you
dealer,
probably
innit?
did a bit of underhand gnome leaf in your time.
Probably. I'd say I
Gnome
would
Leaf
have.
is not illegal anyway, because...
Okay, well, still, it's funny.
No, so I've definitely got the deal then.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not the best growing conditions where you are, though.
Imported.
It's got a bad strain.
At Cali. No way.
Music not playing.
Imported straight from the Sea Haven docks.
You can definitely grow some, but it's like really bad quality because of the heat and everything you need. So,
What do you? Oh.
Fiddle, what are you doing in this situation? With Theo dancing around, walking away, smoking some weed every day.
I'd be trying to get in on that.
Okay, so you're in and around him. You follow him over to the car, the deck of cards being handed out, and they are just going to be playing blackjack. So, you walk up, a couple of people playing cards. What are you doing?
Are we like any space to join?
Sure. Sit down, grab a seat.
Yes,
Mhm.
I'm joining.
It's one copper a hand.
Yeah, go
Big
on.
bets.
Yeah.
Big bet. So is it 1 copper per hand, or is it however many per hand?
1 copper per hand.
Oh, is that is that big
could-
bets?
Hmm?
I mean, you could always change
Yeah,
the
the
bet.
1 copper per hand.
Go, go.
Bets.
Yeah, that's like we.
You can do whatever you want in D&D, Taylor.
What do you want to do? You tell me.
No, I know. You'd bet like a certain amount. You wouldn't just bet 1 per hand. You'd bet like 1, 10, 100, 50, whatever. It's blackjack, so you win double, or you win 150% if you get a blackjack.
So keep in mind, this is a village, and there's not a shit ton of cash around. And when he said big money of like 1 copper a piece,
It's
Probably
big
says
money
a
to
lot.
them.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a casino.
Yeah, it's not a casino where they actually have like a fucking vault of money where you could be like, you know what, 200 gold right now, 1 hand, and you win, and like, yay, 400 gold.
Because
Like-
they're not going to pay us that.
They can't pay you 200 gold. They would take that
because
bet. They'd be like, oh shit, you're getting mugged.
I'm gonna start a casino in this village,
1
That's what they
silver
missed.
piece. Bash.
and they're like, "Wow, I can buy the whole village."
So, I mean, we don't really do more than a copper, to be honest.
Right. Well, we'll go in on a copper then.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. And so remind me, blackjack is
21s.
21,
first one, like 21 or bust.
Yeah,
Essentially. and
Aces
so,
are 1 or 11.
And the dealer stops at 17.
Yeah, it either stops at 17 or continues up to that point. And
You can just roll 1d11s, kind of, right?
is it 1d11?
Yeah.
Would it be a
You got
1d12?
Well, you would
Yeah.
roll again, but
Maybe a 1d12.
I mean, you got
But then you
Ace,
wouldn't get an ace, would you?
11, King, King, Jack, and Queen are 11s.
Oh yeah.
Aces are 1 or 11.
Isn't there 12 cards? Or was it 11? I thought it was 12.
Does Foundry not have a fucking deck of cards built into it?
Not built into it, but
Bloody hell.
in the future, if I was more
Jack,
prepared,
Queen, King. There's
We could get on some
13.
blackjack
Yeah, there's 13
websites.
unique cards.
13. Okay, we can do
13.
one. Do 1d13s.
Yeah.
And then
you have
one is ace, and then 13 is obviously king.
King.
Yeah, so 11, 12, and 13 are all 11s, and
No,
aces.
10.
One will be
will be
10s, yeah, and then
10
one will
or
be 1 or 10.
Yeah.
1 or 11.
Oh,
1 or 11.
111, yeah.
Yeah, but there's 4 of them. So, yeah.
This is why I didn't do blackjack before, because it doesn't work.
It's yeah, it's difficult.
No, it works. I just did 1d13, right, and that's 11, so that's a jack. So then I roll another 1d13. Oh shit.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
that's a
because
7.
you get dealt 2 cards, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get dealt 2 cards,
Yeah.
and then you
Each.
stay or hit from.
So what am I doing?
Roll-
D13.
Yeah, d13.
It'll be one
Figure
sec.
you can take part as well if you want.
No.
Okay.
I've probably just made it into the
A
tavern.
2 and a
and
7,
no
so
one's
you got
playing.
9.
Okay.
So
So
I'd hit
then-
again.
Yeah. So I guess you roll another 1d13. Now you're on 17.
I'll stand. So now the
Stand.
dealer does.
Okay.
Yes, another dealer does it.
And Slim, you had 18, right?
18, yeah.
Wait, the dealer should do 1 first, so we know whether we're
Yeah.
standing or not.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hit.
Alright, yeah, we'd have played on that anyway.
And then they roll. I thought they had
So they draw.
5.
They
no.
draw to 15. They have to
That's
stand on 16.
I thought it was 17.
17.
16, I'm pretty sure casinos. I was playing last night, not in a casino, but casino rules.
I was on Sky Vegas and it was 17.
Oh really? I thought it was
Yeah.
draw to 15, stand on 16.
So that would technically be. I can't remember the rules for.
That'd be 9.
Would it be or?
Oh
could
no,
it-
it's an ace.
Nine-
It'd be
yeah.
9, 19.
19.
So it'd be 19. So you'd just stand. You'd have to stand on 19.
Yeah. So they stand at
And we
19.
would be out.
Beat both of us anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be out. Would we be, both be out here? I think you'd be out. Wouldn't you?
What's
What did you get? What
I got
what were you
18.
on? Yeah, so you beat. Alright,
Ah,
how's his ring?
goodbye,
lose.
your two copper pieces in the bin.
I'm
Yeah,
broke.
so we'd pay
That-
this guy our 2 couple pieces.
Well, we'll say that was a test, and then we'll come back in, and we'll actually do a real one here. So the dealer pulls out and their first card, which is a 1, so it might be
An
1 or
ace.
11. And then it's up if you guys roll 2 of your
Yeah.
cards. So we'll go with Slim first. Oh, Taylor first. Taylor
Oh,
first.
sorry.
That's fine.
Don't matter.
Fuck it, both of you do the next
Alright,
one as
8.
well.
Okay, I got 8. What did you get there?
Alright, okay, you having those 2, huh?
Okay.
Oh, fucking hell.
All good. You can just
You can
press
just
up on
put
the
the
keyboard.
okay, yeah.
I can just press it.
15.
That's too late. 21, blackjack.
You had 15 plus ace. Is that 21?
It's not. It's a. Well, 10's a 10, isn't it?
Yeah, and then a 1
Yeah,
is
And then
1 or
1's
11.
an ace.
Yeah,
But then
so-
you had a 5 before then.
Well, we
Yeah, I
said-
thought you were taking that as your. Oh shit, I didn't see you roll twice. That's my bad.
No.
16.
Yeah,
I'd take
16.
another card on 16 if he's.
Yeah,
Wait,
go
what's he got? He's got an ace. Yeah,
Uh.
I'd take another card.
Okay. So you
Yeah,
have
5.
16, and then you do another one, you're bust.
No,
You
too
lose
many.
But you've got an
bust.
ace, so don't you go down?
No, because the ace is already 1.
So he's bust. He
Oh,
has,
shit, yeah.
23.
Okay, what am I on? 6.
You're muted, Tom.
Okay, 11, 10. Come on. No.
Thanks.
Wait.
That's an ace.
Ace, so 22 or 12. 17. 21.
21.
Good for him to get 21 now. What? Oh,
You
get
win.
an ace and a 6. No, because
So
you got. Oh, yeah,
that's-
Oh,
17.
right, yeah,
for
they
you.
can say a 1, but I'm just gonna say it's automatically they go for 11. Just in that function, just to keep it simple in this hand. You win.
Yeah, if they hit
Well,
17, so he would have
it'd
stopped.
be an ace, yeah, so they have to stop.
So yeah, you win. You win two copper.
Whee.
And Theo, you lose one, and this guy wins one.
Cheers for the cough of the end.
do you want to do another?
Well then, shall we
Yes.
call everyone over who is around to join?
This puts into perspective the platinum piece that Flair stole.
Yeah, it's great.
Just saying.
Oh, well, and then didn't share.
And the fact that how much you and
Off a
fucking
dead body.
Figgle have got.
We'd string her up for that in Dark and Dark.
Yeah, another
I'm
game.
coming to
so-
play, Figgle. Are you around?
Oh shit! I already rolled one. Never mind.
Oh.
Oh no, did I? No, I didn't.
Wait, are you nearby?
No, so what? Sorry.
I'm in the tavern now, yeah, but I'm not going to partake.
Okay.
Why not? Alright, have you rolled?
Figgle is 2 massive meads down and is probably, I don't know,
Roll a
Yeah, but
constitution
you'd
check.
smack down a gold.
talking
You,
to the village ladies.
you probably smack down a gold coin and be like, "This is my 1 copper piece."
So that's a jack for 10.
Yeah. So yeah, the dealer currently has
Okay.
10, and
Okay.
Theo also has 10. But do
Are
another
you gonna
one,
hit?
Theo. 'Cause you do two draws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, get another 10.
Yes. 20.
You should
I'll stand
definitely
on
hit. All right, and it's the fiddle. It's a 6.
That's a
17.
7, or is that an ace?
7,
That's an
17.
8.
It can either be a 17 or a 7.
What are you on?
It's up
Alright,
to you.
I'll stand.
It's on 17.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 to.
Blackjack.
No, it's not blackjack. It's 20.
20.
Oh, yeah, it's a jack. Yeah.
So, what happens on the standoff versus Theo here?
In a casino, my bet would just stand, so I'd get my.
Yeah,
1
you just
copper back.
get your copper back. And then Taylor, you lose a copper.
Mm-hmm.
So you're all exactly where you started.
Yeah.
And that's where we can continue more betting next time if you want, and or in like Sea Haven if you guys ever get there. Or
Bigger
anything.
villages have like a bigger casino.
If that is something that you guys are interested in, I will prepare something like that.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they'll be gambling on the old pig racing down in
Yeah,
the
pig race gambling. Hell yeah.
Okay.
So Tom needs to go into how horse racing gambling works and actual poker mechanics or blackjack mechanics from
Surely
casinos.
there's a game, right?
Well,
Or,
I-
There's a
I-
game
next
somewhere.
season?
I came up with some games before for the other campaign, and I had like roulette and stuff in the game. So
Oh,
I just need to look
so
up
it'll be
the
easy
rules.
for you.
Easy, yeah. But we'll see if Malachi is even actually going to make it there. This will be the last thing we probably end up doing here because we're running short on time. Malachi, you teleport off. Your motion suppressed for the next 45 seconds. What are you doing?
Walking away calmly from the encounter until the 45 seconds are up, which I will just Eldritch Blast the nearest tree or whatever in the environment and just yet out or just the angriest shout he's ever done.
Some people mistake that as like celebration and they let out like a whoop and like a roar and like raise their tankards to you as they go back to join the party. And you can carry on walking off into like a part of the village. Like you have no idea.
Just if anybody was to look at Malachi, they'll just be like a tinge of madness
You're lost to
just
us.
gleaming back at them. He's that pissed off with everybody there that is even around him. Like, he's on the verge of committing a murder. And he just wants to go out. And he just wants to be away from everybody.
Okay. So I think that's where we'll end it. Is that you're wandering off into the night. Into a strange and weird environment. But I'll tell you what, we'll change the music to maybe something a little bit more mellow.
I guess Hal went into the tavern as well because he lost Malachi, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just making sure everything's set up and looking after stuff, and we'll get back into what exactly he was doing next session.
You just had a lore drop, Tom. Chat.
Lore drop. Jeez, okay. 5,000 fucking T points for lore drops. I'm not going to read all of these out in the future, but this one's good. Glasswork. If needs to be a narrower topic, I'd be interested in stuff like following towns of glass blowing or stained glass as their main trade, general mercantile, use / trade value / availability, unique types of glass, and special / medium, magical properties if any exist or could exist. Interesting. I'll come back to you on that. We may need to do a different one, but we shall see. Thank you very much. That's cool. Cool. So, it's definitely been an emotional end of this session. This moment where you guys come across these empty gates, these large wooden gates surrounded by stonework. The sound of celebration, the whooping, the yelling, the dancing, the cheering, the singing, and just the upbeat tempo, and then the downward spiral from Malachi as he hears about some fucking commune that has just disappeared, just up and gone, and the anger, the mood from him sort of swinging, and you guys are used to his sort of erratic behavior, but this definitely seemed more, or up to you on how your characters would decide it. Theo seemingly very distracted by the party and in his element, dancing around, smoking some gnome leaf, drinking and partying. Joyous occasion, and also a display of powerful magic seemingly coming from these musicians. Very well dressed musicians, and overall quite a fun end to this session with all of you finally making it to Willow's Edge. 4 days travel. Probably should have been longer, given the situation, but you've made it here nonetheless. Some good rolls, some good role play from all of you. And that's where we'll end it. So that'll be the end of the session. How do you guys feel after all that? Let's start with Malachi.
Me personally, it's been great. Malachi is very, very, very annoyed. He is very much teetering on the edge of a place he doesn't really want to go. Because, believe it or not, killing innocent people, not his thing. And he's very close to snapping.
Yeah, and I mean it's really interesting. That's kind of like automatically in where Malachi's mind goes, is that it was like a murder, a wipeout of people. It's interesting to think on from Malachi's perspective as he walks off into the night. Cool. And what about the rest of you? How do you feel about the session so far and everything that was involved, from the giant's foot to the Stankfoot, I think is now proper name, to the raccoons, to the now portable chair, the drinking, the gambling. Willow's Edge.
Theo's in his element, drinking and gambling, I think, so that's always going to be a fun end for me.
I wonder why you made me roll a history check for those raccoons, Tom.
I have no idea.
Deeply repressed, like, emotional trauma about raccoons.
No. Who knows, right?
Who knows, yeah. Who knows?
I think it would be interesting to see that Figgle learnt a lot from Matilda about the Dreamweavers, or what was there before.
Yeah. You picked a person who isn't a drinker.
Dreamcatcher's Voyage.
And someone who likes to talk. So yeah, obviously important things to keep note of. There will be stuff that I will help you with over time, but there will always be conversations that I'm not going to note them down all the time. And if you're like, hey Tom, I don't remember this, can you tell me? I might be like, make a history check. Or did you write it down?
I wrote decent notes this session, so
Love
that's
it.
Good.
And I will just say there's going to be a shit ton of threads just all over the place being thrown. And I'm excited to see how everything fares, how you guys do, how much money you lose to gamble in, if Perry and Terry end up being good boar racers, and if Theo's going to be the best rider of them all. But yeah.
Before we move on to the next person, all I'm going to say is don't believe the lies of the Jedi. I mean the people.
I think you mean Sith. That's actually quite funny that your first thought, or Malachi's first thought, was of absolution of, your people are dead, they've been genocided, and only Siths think in absolute, or whatever.
I mean, they are the people in the wrong. We are the people in the right.
You say we like you're part of them, mate.
Say it like I'm not.
Fiddle, Taylor, how's the session for you?
Flesh out the gambling, that'll be funny.
Yeah,
I want to make a spreadsheet of who's in million.
In the millions, God. It's a good thing you guys have got some gold on you, because you're going to need that to fund your habits.
Theo's addiction as well.
I think you need to play with the band members. They seem like they might have a bit of dosh.
Yeah, true. They said they just came from Sea Haven too. Maybe I'll speak to those guys about whether they saw any pig racing while they were down there. Maybe they could give me some insider tips.
What do you think of their performance?
Yeah, the song was good, mate. Did you write it all yourself?
Nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
I wasn't total shit. Good. I was absolute shit.
Yeah, it was
good.
I was just wondering how long of a song you actually prepared. Like, if we just kept on being quiet, how much of it would you have just kept on going down?
There was a verse and a chorus left that I didn't do. Who knows what you missed?
Yeah, that's a stream goal. That one, full song, stream release.
I can post the lyrics somewhere as well for it at some point.
Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be a bunch of just fucking hidden messages and shit in the lyrics.
Yeah, I thought that as well, but I wasn't paying attention. Like, I couldn't keep track of what was being said.
If you did miss the song, make sure to go back and watch it. Like Abby, I know you weren't here, but yeah, and yeah, I'm the piece of shit that likes hiding things amongst everything.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Like in the other campaign, one of our players has got a storybook, and I've on purposely mentioned that there are some real potential stories in there, and it's a 12 storybook, but like each story is only like maybe 100 or so words long, or 200. No, yeah, it's like, no, sorry, more than that. What am I saying? It's like 300 or so words long. Anyway, that is where we will wrap it up. It's been fantastic. Really needed tonight's session. It's been absolutely fantastic, and we are actually pretty much dead on time, because technically it's meant to finish at 20 past 10, and we are 2 minutes away, which makes a difference. Cool. I tell you what, that is where we'll end it up. Armory, I will be messaging you on Discord in regards to your lore drop request, and we'll look if we can make that come to fruition. Thank you very much. If you have been watching, if you haven't already dropped us follow, make sure to do so. We will be back in 2 weeks. I will create another set of schedules on the Discord, but the next session will be on the 2nd, Taylor, the 2nd of March. And then the following after that will be the 16th, and then the 30th, and then the so on and so forth, every 2 weeks. Either way, thank you very much for watching. It's been wonderful. We'll see you guys very soon.